And inshallah, like usual, we will start with the psychology first. And today, alhamdulillah, we will meet again with the new lectures, uh, Dr. Ruhaya Hussin, to give a lesson. The topic is social psychology. Before that, let me introduce a bit regarding her a little bit brief biodata, her biodata. Okay, Associate Professor Dr. Ruhaya Hussin hold a PhD in psychology from the University of Waikato, New Zealand, and he earned her master's in human science in psychology from the International Islamic University, Malaysia, and her expertise in work-family conflict and facilitation, coping strategies, and the well-being of individuals, family, and organization. Her research interests encompass work-family dynamics and the development of work-family friendly policies, personal and organizational psychology issues, coping mechanism in relation to employee well-being and the to listen from her the topic social psychology. Doctor, you have 45 minutes to present. فليتفضل مأجورة.
Thank you, Madam Jaria, and good morning, Datuk Jamil, all IIIT officials, and all the participants for the certificate program. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma aftah alayna hikmataka wa anshur alayna min khazaini rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Inshallah, this morning I will share with everyone about social psychology, and for this lecture, today, I am trying to approach social psychology from a fresh perspective, which is from Islamic perspective, because if we look at Western social psychology books, it will be different from the way I will approach social psychology today, and hopefully, it will benefit not only me but also all participants who are listening and who are in this program today. It is stated in the Quran, in Surah Al-Isra, verse 85, وَيَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ قُلِ الرُّوحُ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي وَمَا أُوتِيتُم مِّنَ الْعِلْمِ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا, in which it can be translated as, and they ask you about the ruh, which is soul. Say, the ruh is only of the commands of my Lord, and you are not given aught of knowledge but a little. So why do I start my lecture on social psychology with this verse? Because when we talk about social psychology, it is about interaction between human beings. When we read social psychology books, basically social psychology is defined as behavior interaction in social setting, which involves behavior and mental processes. However, as Muslims who are guided with Tawhidic paradigm, our interaction is not only with human beings. I see the interaction of us as Muslim is with human beings and also with our God, which is Allah. And also, when we talk about social psychology, the first thing that we need to know, that we need to understand is self. And according to Benjamin Franklin, there are 3 things extremely hard, which are still, diamond, and to know oneself. So basically, it is very, very difficult to know oneself because that is, but some of the component of ourself is basically a secret belongs to Allah. So today, what I'm going to discuss is the introduction of social psychology. And when we talk about social psychology, we cannot run away from self. Yeah, and therefore, I'm going to talk about the building blocks of self. And these building blocks of self, I will focus from Islamic perspective, and also we will look at social psychology from the viewpoints of early Muslim scholar. And because of the limited time today, I will only present what does Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah says about social psychology, and then we come to the conclusion. Okay. So, to introduce, when we talk about social psychology, in Western perspective, social psychology only involves the interaction between man, which is self, and other individuals. They didn't really talk about interaction between self and cosmos, and also between self and Allah. But as a Muslim, and teaching this course for quite some time, even before I went for my PhD, I started teaching this course. I view our interaction does not only stop with other individuals, but we also interact with our cosmos, and we also interact, the most importantly, with our creator. So this is what I am trying to present today, in which, when we talk about self, when we talk about the building block of self, the interaction with our creator is very, very important, and this will determine our interaction with either cosmos or other individuals. Okay, so when we talk about the building blocks of self according to Islam, what do we mean by this? Is it soul? Is it nafs? Is it qalb? Is it akal? And when we read the works of contemporary Muslim scholars, the work of traditional Muslim scholars, sometimes all these terminologies were discussed separately, but sometimes these terminologies were discussed as if they belong to the same concept. So today, I am trying to elaborate self according to what Syed Naqib Al-Attas says in his book, The Covenant. This book was published by IIIT last year. And I think this book is really, really nice. And it's like giving me, and I believe that also it will give other readers the perspective of self according to Islam, which is very, very different from Western psychology. Okay, what does Syed Naqib says about self? According to him, man or self is neither body or soul, a body or soul, or body or ruh. Meaning that when we talk about self, it is not the composite of these two. But according to him, in his book, he argued that man or self is the third entity constituted out of the two, which are body and ruh or soul. So the parts here, when he argued that body and ruh, or body and soul, will constitute self, meaning that the parts of body and ruh will not lose their individual character and identity when they become self. So here, man is a merging of the essential character of the two into a new one, meaning that self, we cannot break self into body and ruh, but self is actually the third entity constituted from body and soul. That's what Syed Naqib Al-Attas argued in his book. Okay, and according to him, when we talk about ruh or soul, it has ruh and soul. Basically, it has two forms or two categories: spiritual and also physical. For the spiritual one, it is known as nafs, qalb, and akal. For the physical one, it is known as body, heart, and brain. And the physical one is basically the vessels, the organ in which belong to human body, and what makes us different from other being is the spiritual one, which is nafs, qalb, akal, and also akal. And according to him, he refers to this verse in his book, Allahu yatawaffal anfusa hina mautiha wallati lam tamut fi manamiha fayumsika allati qada alaiha al-maut wa yursilu أخرى إلى أجل مسمى إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يتفكرون. Meaning, it is Allah who calls back the soul of people upon their death, as well as the soul of the living during their sleep. Then He keeps those for whom He has ordained death and releases the others until their appointed time. Surely in these are signs for people who reflect. And this is from Surah Az-Zumar, verse 42. So here, it is mentioned that ruh basically carries amanah, and at night, when Allah takes the soul, it is the spiritual or rational or articulate soul, not the physical soul. So when we sleep at night, basically what is taken from us here, when in this verse it is stated that it is Allah who calls back the soul of people upon their death, as well as the souls of the living during their sleep. So this, according to Said Naqib Al-Atas, refers to the spiritual, rational or articulate soul. This one, the nafs, qalb, and akal. So what is taken from the body, according to this verse, is the intelligence, discrimination, responsibility, and also obligation. And the body is kept breathing alive so that the vital soul is functioning. So what remains during our sleep is only our physical self, which is the body, heart, and brain to keep us alive. And according to Said Naqib Al-Atas, our ruh, our soul, basically is the one who carries amanah. And when we talk about ruh, the name of ruh, according to him, depends on its modes. That's why we have the spiritual ruh or spiritual soul, and also physical ruh or physical soul. So, the names nafs, qalb, akal, and also body, heart, and brain, it depends on the mood, whether it is spiritual or whether it is physical. So like I said before, body, heart, and brain are the organs, and it becomes vessels for human beings. But the one that engage in higher order thinking, in contemplation, are the spiritual one. Okay. So, from this, what I can reflect is that, we as human beings, it is very, very important, we as Muslims, it is very, very important for us to try to understand the concept of ruh, because it enables us to reflect on ourselves and strengthen our Tawhidic paradigm. And this will influence our interaction with other individuals, the cosmos, as well as our creator, which is Allah. So basically here, by knowing ruh, by knowing the concept of ruh, by knowing the concept of soul, we are kind of setting our ground as Muslims, and this will in the future or will later influence our interaction with others and also our creator. Okay. Next, let's look at social psychology from the viewpoints of early Muslim scholars. So here, I focus on Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah. According to Ibn Qayyim, when we talk about man, man consists of two parts, which is nafs and ruh. Nafs, here, if we refer to Said Naqib before, it refers to the physical self. According to Ibn Qayyim, nafs is perish and cease, which is the physical body, and ruh is the one that Allah aids His beloved. So when I mentioned early in my lecture that nafs, ruh, nafs, ruh, akal, and qalb sometimes are used interchangeably. This is what I meant. Sometimes when we read in other Muslim scholars' work, ruh sometimes can be referred to as nerves. Ruh can also be referred to as akal. So when I started my journey of looking into the Islamic perspective of psychology, trying to understand, reading the work of early Muslim scholars, it was very, very difficult because of this. Yeah, the concepts used, the terminologies used, sometimes they are being used interchangeably, but I always keep telling myself that if I don't start, who will start doing this? So I have to start somewhere. Yeah. So according to Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, when we talk about nafs, when we talk about ruh, yeah, it also relates to our faith. Yeah. According to him, faith is embedded in the heart, and Allah has aided it with soul. So here, it is very, very important for us to understand the role of soul, or the role of our ruh, yeah, because it is where the guidance comes in, yeah, because faith is embedded in the heart. So that's why sometimes when we read the Muslim scholars' work, some of them will be saying that when we think, we also have to think with our heart. Yeah, not only with our brain, yeah, because as what Said Nakib argued in his book, yeah, brain is only the vessel. There is more than brain when we talk about human beings. Okay, Ibn Qayyim also talk about animalistic and spiritualistic, the concept of animalistic and spiritualistic. According to him, when people lost the soul, they have the tendency to become more animalistic. But when the soul predominated them, they will be more spiritualistic, and their maqam will be higher. Okay, and Ibn Qayyim also mentioned that the main sources of moral and ethical behaviors is the intuitive reasoning and faculty of reason, meaning that our reasoning and also our akal are basically the main sources of moral and ethical behaviors. When we behave, yeah, we will engage in effortful thinking, which is the faculty of reason, and intuitive reasoning sometimes is also known when we read the social psychology books. This is known as mental shortcut or heuristics. Yeah, we use our intuition to do our reasoning. So these two, basically the main sources of how do we perform our behavior. Okay, and Ibn Qayyim also talk about inner thoughts in relation to actions and behaviors. Inner thoughts, according to him, yeah, will develop into real actions and observable behaviors. So basically, these are the general ideas or general concepts of soul, according to Ibn Qayyim, and these concepts will determine or will influence our behavior with others, which is within the context of social psychology. So we are going to look at these concepts in details, yeah. The first one, yeah, I would like to talk about spiritual heart. Yeah, Ibn Qayyim talk about heart a lot. Yeah, in his work. Yeah, and he focused on spiritual heart. In spiritual heart, basically there are two components. Yeah, according to Ibn Qayyim, there is qalbus salim and qalbul marid. Qalbus salim is basically the heart, yeah, that is full of belief and guided by its light. Its light here meaning the hidayah from Allah, yeah, and the luminosity of the qalb may burn the evil desire, meaning that when we have achieved the higher level, yeah, of qalbus salim, all the evil desire can be eliminated. However, yeah, human heart, human qalb, yeah, are not stagnant. Yeah, it is always changes. Yeah, the level of our heart always changes depending upon our iman. So sometimes, yeah, the passion may also cloud our heart, in which, yeah, when some people their heart has been decreased or has been is categorized as having qalbul marid. Yes, so the qalbul marid occurs when the shadow of passion and impulses are injected into our heart, and this become the window of evil. Yeah, so Ibn Qayyim stress that intention lies in the qalb, meaning that the qalb that we have, the condition or the level of our qalb, basically determine our intention, and it is the knowledge of what one is doing and the purpose behind the action. Intention basically then refers to the knowledge of what one is doing and the purpose behind the action. So intention most of the time may lead to overt behavior. Yeah. So qalb here, will be defective due to corruption of knowledge and also intention. Yeah. So sometimes qalb can be the qalb can fall into qalbul marid, because of the corruption of knowledge that we gain and also our intention. Okay, so like I said before, in the context of social psychology, intention is very, very important, because most behaviors are performed based on intention. Okay, next. Okay, apart from qalb, Ibn Qayyim also mentioned that our cognition or our thinking influence our behaviors as well. And when he introduced the concept of thinking, he mentioned or he discussed thinking in terms of contemplation. There are four categories or four levels of thinking that lead to metacognition. In some book, this refers to contemplation. In some book, this refers to metacognition. So this four level of thinking include tadabbur, tafakkur, tadhakkur, tadabbur, i'tibar, and tadabbur. So basically, tafakkur and tadhakkur involve thinking and remembering things that we always do. And tafakkur and tadhakkur together will form a system that serves to enrich the human mind with knowledge. And tadhakkur is the process by which the heart constantly re-evaluates the knowledge learned in the light of new experiences to gain deeper insights and solid foundation. So basically, when a person knows that Allah rules over his matter, and he realizes that, so no matter how alone he feels in this crowded world or how overwhelmed he feels by the negativity and pessimism of those around him, Allah's decree is above all, meaning that he believes that Allah is the greatest. In whatever situation he is, if he believes that Allah is the only God, he will basically the concept of redha, the concept of tawakkul will comes in. Whenever we as Muslims, the beauty of Muslims basically, when we are in a difficult situation, for example, when we're in a difficult situation and nothing in our capacity can solve that particular issues, as Muslims, we know that we can always go back to Allah. By using tafakkur and tadhakkur, we think and we remember the greatness of Allah that to some extent, will shape our thinking, will shape our thought, and will shape the way we react to others and also to our environment. Okay, a person who realizes this thought, the tafakkur tafakkur and tadhakkur while going through struggles or difficulties, and when he attains relief and success, will gain a deeper insight into Allah's role in his life. And in this way, subsequent trials become easier as his heart finds peace in the remembrance of Allah. Yeah, so whenever Muslims, if they have achieved this level, they go through tafakkur, tadhakkur within the Tawhidic framework. This will enable them to be in peace, to accept whatever trials and tribulation that they face. Okay, and another one is i'tibar, which is realizing. This refers to the process by which the mind draws profound lesson from a story, and the transition from a raw story to a profound realism across the bridge of i'tibar involves a process of abstraction. Yeah, so here, when Muslims, or when men engage in i'tibar, they are not only thinking, they are not only remembering, but they learn from what they have experienced. And they try to make differences from sometimes, when they learn something and they know that what the existing knowledge that they have is not correct, so they try to make differences based on i'tibar that they can get when they have gone through the process of tafakkur and tadhakkur. And the last one is tadabbur. Yeah, tadabbur is basically can be translated into deliberating. So tadabbur is to follow a thought, either its to either its logical end or starting foundation. So basically, tadabbur is when we think, we remember, and we realize, we form a new understanding. So this new understanding will help us to better look into certain situation or certain matter. And normally, the term tadabbur is always used together with the Quran, tadabbur Quran. And we realize that all the time, I don't know about others, but all the time when I read Quran, when we do tadabbur, every time we do tadabbur, there will always a new knowledge that we can take, or new lesson that we can take from the Quran. So this is what it means by tadabbur, is to follow a thought to either its logical end or starting foundation. Yeah. Okay. Then we go to the next one, which is another lesson that we can learn from the work of Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah in terms of social psychology, which is Ibn Qayyim has introduced a process known as cognitive behavioral station. Yeah, so basically, cognitive behavioral station here refers to a process by which a conscious thought become knowledge, and then behavior is outlined. And there are 5 different stations that can be causally linked. Causally linked here meaning that fikir here, it gives rise to ilm. Yeah, when we engage or involve in thought, it will give a rise to our. It will increase our knowledge, and when our knowledge is increased, it will further increase our the hal. Hal here refers to paradigm or conceptual definition of what we are experiencing, and this will stimulate the heart, which give rise to irada. Irada here refers to motivational drive, and this motivational drive will give rise to amal. Yeah, so basically, Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah is trying to explain the relationship or the causal relationship between cognition and behavior. When we think, it will give rise to our ilm, the existing knowledge, and this will increase our motivation and will influence later our behaviors. So basically, as of now, we can see that Ibn Qayyim focus on the thinking, the importance of thought, importance of thinking that can influence human behavior. And one of the reason is that what I can reflect is that what differentiate between us and other being is our akal. We are given akal. Yeah? So akal enable us to basically engage in higher order thinking, and that can differentiate our overt behavior with other beings. Okay. Apart from thinking, Ibn Qayyim also talk about pleasure in his work, in his writings. Ibn Qayyim categorized pleasure into three types: survival, power or authority, and virtue and dedication to Allah. Okay, so the first type of pleasure include those rooted in obtaining the necessities for survival and reproduction. For example, we need to eat, we need to drink, and we need to procreate for our survival. And in this, according to Ibn Qayyim, we will find pleasure. Okay. The second type of pleasure concerns climbing the dominant hierarchy to gain authority and leadership. So when we have, when we fulfill all of the survival needs, we will go to the next one, which is power and authority. So this is when we interact more with the society. And the last one, the last category of pleasure is experienced through the realization of God and the development of virtue. So when we looked at Western theories of psychology, basically, they talk about survival. The theories talk about power and authority, but they miss the ultimate one, virtue and dedication to Allah. And this what differentiate us as Muslims as compared to non-Muslims. For example, if we look at Maslow's hierarchy of need, it stops at self-actualization, which is still within the power or authority category, but it didn't go up to virtue and dedication to Allah. That's why in situations like fasting, for example, Maslow's hierarchy of need cannot explain why Muslims, although they didn't fulfill the lowest need, which is eating, for survival, they still can achieve virtue and dedication to Allah. They still can achieve the self tranquility. So this is what is missing from the Western psychology perspective. So in social psychological context, pleasure will pervade our thinking, infuse our judgment, and influence our decision making. And later, this will determine our behavior towards Allah, our behavior with the cosmos, and also our behavior with other beings, with other humankind. Okay, next, Ibn Qayyim also talk about happiness. I think it is important also to tap on this, because when we read social psychology book, many research highlight on the influence of mood on human behavior. So this actually has been discussed earlier on by Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah in his writings. According to Ibn Qayyim, happiness can be attained through three ways. One is when man is being tested. So he talked about this in the context of those who are unwell. That's why it is the word patient there was used. So sorry, being patient when tested here, meaning that we have to be sabar. As human beings, when we are tested with trial and tribulation, we have to be patient. So passion here will lead to happiness. And the next one, happiness also can be achieved when we are being thankful when we receive blessing. And the last one, happiness can also be achieved when we repent upon sinning. So basically, happiness is not, according to Islam, according to Ibn Qayyim, happiness is not only confined when we are when we receive, or when we are in the positive situation, but happiness can also be achieved when we are tested with trial and tribulation, and happiness can also be achieved when we repent upon sinning. So this goes beyond what is propagated in positive psychology, for example, because when Western scholars talk about positive psychology, when they talk about happiness, it is always related to the positive situation or positive context. Okay. Okay. So now, we come to the conclusion. Here we can conclude that, based on what I have shared, it can be concluded that when we read the work of social psychology from Western perspective, we will realize that Western social psychological perspective neglects the spiritual dimension, in which some of the influential modernist school of psychology denied and disregarded the existence of ruh, the existence of soul, and while perceiving human beings as mere machines that acted on external stimuli. However, Islam emphasizes the ruh or soul as the main building block of self, with qalb as the key to intention, and intention governs our behavior. Okay, so with that, I end our presentation with a quote from Rumi. Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I am wise, so I am changing myself. Normally, teaching social psychology, basically teaching social psychology for more than 10 years throughout my career, basically helped me. It is actually a journey for me myself to better understand myself, especially when I engage in looking into the Islamic perspective of social psychology by reading the traditional Muslim scholars' work, by reading the contemporary Muslim scholars' work. So this is actually a spiritual journey. I can say it is also a spiritual journey to myself, letting me know myself better, and allow me to change whatever that is needed, so that I can become a better Muslim. So with that, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum, Doktor. Doktor?
Yes?
So we have the Q&A also, Doktor. The session
sure.
of the session of Q&A. So to all participants, if you have the question, you can raise up your hand so that I can unmute for you. Or you can write in the chat box. Any question? Doctor, there is a question from Brother Bashir in the chat box, Doctor.
Okay, hang on, let me have a look. Okay, the question is there an approach to studying the psychology of the crowd, like Gustav the Bonds, the crowd, but in Islamic perspective or approach? Okay, I can say that when we talk about social psychology, most of the experiments and research, most of the research designs, basically most of the research design involving crowd, basically involve experiment. So, as far as I know, when we talk about any theory uh, about crowd, according to Islam, I am not I haven't found any, but from what I know, when we talk about research, and when we are studying in the crowd, it is we can basically approach it by using experimental design. And what is important when we are doing experimental design for me is the ethical parts, because when we look at some experiments, for example, like obedience experiment, Milgram's experiment on obedience, for example, and also some experiments on social influence, conformity, and compliance, for example, conducted in the crowd. They are still lacking in terms of the ethics, meaning that the when we talk about ethics here, what I mean is that there are certain contexts, in which it has to be deliberated more, because for example, in Milgram's experiment of obedience, after the experiment, the participants reported that they suffer from they suffer from that experiment, and it affects their basically their themselves as a whole. If I may share, Milgram's experiment is about the electric shock, in which they want to see to what extent people obey the authority. And in that particular experiment, the experimenter go to the extent that they deceive the participant, and make them believe that they have the participants have given electric shock to the whom we call uh, the students in that experiment, until they injure themselves. So this basically affect them mentally and also emotionally. So I think when we talk about research in crowd, what is important here is the ethics. We have to know who are the participants, what are the crowds that we are dealing with, and also the procedure has to be really well planned, and the tools and instruments used has to be a valid and reliable one. So I hope I don't know whether I have answered your question or not, but I tried to address this within the context of social psychology. Okay, I think, do we have more time to answer question, Madam Jaria? Oh, it's
Yeah,
already
Doctor, we
9.
can add 2-3 more minutes.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. There is another one here. Could you mention some resources that I can learn about it deeper? Okay, when I prepare my presentation, I read the work of Syed Nakib Al-Atas. I have it some here with me. I read Islam, the Covenants Fulfilled, and according to Al-Atas, this is the final book that he wrote. So I think this book is very, very enlightening. I also read another book also by Al-Atas, The Nature of Man and the Psychology of Human Soul. And I also read Atas Psychology by Muhammad Zaini Uthman. All are published by IIIT. And I also read Heart Therapy, written by Dr. Ali Barghouti. And also I read articles written by our Professor Emerita, Prof. Noraini Muhammad Noor, and Prof. Aziuddin on the notion of man, in which in that article they also talk about soul, self, ruh, and also akal. And I also read the traditional Muslim scholars book, like for example the Al-Qayyim's writings such as Kitab Ar-Ruh, Medicine of the Prophets. What else? Yeah, those two I can remember at the moment. But if you would like to get some resources, I can share it with you. You can email me and I can email the resources back to you. Okay. I think it's already 9:46, Madam Jariah. Maybe I will try to answer the remaining questions by using the chat box. Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Because I saw here there's many questions. We can answer all the question in this time. So
Okay.
thank you very much, Date.
Is
And
it
thank
okay?
you for the really interesting presentation. And that's why they have a lot of question. But we cannot answer. Doctor will try to answer, inshallah. Thank you very much, Doctor. Inshallah, see you next time.
Thank you,
Doctor,
Madam Jariah.
yeah, welcome. Most welcome, Doctor. Dr. Aini?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Doctor. So, this is the second time Doctor will present to us. Inshallah, Doctor will present the topic regarding to the... Oh, before that, Doctor, can you try to test the slide first?
Yeah, sure. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sure, Doctor. Okay, with that, we continue with the next presenter, with Dr. Aini Maznina Abdul Manaf. So, with the topics, communication from an Islamic perspective. With that, we have 45 minutes, Doctor, to present. فليتفضل مأجورة, Doctor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear all participants of IIIT Certificate of Online Human Science program, Integration Islamic Perspective. Okay, so today I'll discuss a topic. This is already the 7th week. Perhaps you have learned or heard from other chapters before, the 6 chapters that we already discussed on communication. Yeah, in fact, the first topic discussed about the general topic on what communication is all about. Yeah, so Today I will continue discussing on communication, but looking at Islamic an Islamic perspective. Perhaps other course instructors also discuss about Islamic perspective, but looking at looking into what do you call it, the topic that they're dealing with. So in my context, in my presentation today, I will discuss mainly discussing this topic on communication from an Islamic perspective, looking into the context of the Quran and Hadith. So first of all, I'll just introduce to you the topics I'm going to cover. Just to share with you the topic that I'm going to cover. Definition of communication. So firstly, I will somehow just give a brief introduction about what the communication is all about. And then I will introduce about the concept of communication in Islam, the general concept of what communication is all about from an Islamic perspective. And then I will continue discussing about the concepts of communication in the Quran, based on Quranic verses, and then followed by communication, the concept of communication from the Hadith. And finally, I will discuss about Islamic communication models. If we have time, I will also talk about the context of Islamic communication at the workplace. All right, so first of all, let me just share with you on the definition of communication. So perhaps you've already heard from Dr. Narawi, and the first topic, the first week already discussed about what communication is all about. So in this context, in my lecture today, I'm just, of course, there's a lot of definitions given in the Western textbook. So normally communication, media and communication is very much widely discussed in the Western perspective, Western point of view. And of course, there's a lot of definitions introduced by the communication in the literature, in the textbook, journal articles, and of course all other literature discussing about communication in general. In fact, if we look at the internet, there's a lot of definitions also provided, discussing about communication. But here today, I will just somehow bring you to this definition. This is just the general communication that is defined as transactional process, using symbols to create shared meaning. And then another one discuss about another definition brought by some of our Potter. This of course Western, the Western scholars on communication, a very famous one. We talk about communication. Definition: human communication now is defined as a dynamic process where people share thoughts using symbol systems in specific settings. So the shared meaning, communication or interaction, people interact, the sender and receiver interact in order to create a shared meaning. So for them to understand the meaning using symbols. So in the case of the second definition here, the exchange of messages, the exchange of ideas, in the interaction communication process. So that it actually involves the exchange in terms of ideas, with regard to ideas, emotions, viewpoints, perspective, thoughts. So that somehow define what communication is all about. From these two Western perspectives, Western scholars. So this is the definition of communication in general. So whenever we communicate, we are actually trying to convey any message, any idea, any of our perspectives, towards others. And perhaps in a meeting, for example, so we communicate, or members in the meeting tend to share the ideas, the perspectives, agree or disagree, giving the point of view in a meeting itself, so that they'll be able to share their meanings, they'll be able to share their thoughts, their ideas. So this is the basic definition of communication, which of course all of us do. In our daily life we do communicate. So communication can also involve verbal and non-verbal communication. And nowadays we talk about the media, and social media as well, so that somehow is widely used by the people nowadays. So that's what communication is all about. So now let's see what communication in Islam. So when you talk about communication in Islam, we normally somehow defend ourselves, or we use the two main references. So the Muslim communicators will normally use the Quran and Hadith, the Sunnah also, the Prophet Muhammad's traditions, to guide our communication process. So the spectrum of the communication process, which includes the principles, the strategies, the messages, the goals, the functions, as well as the media. So they are all somehow shaped by or guided by the principles of communication in the Quran and Hadith. So that's why there's a need for us to understand or to somehow, I would say, master, in Quran and Hadith, or perhaps to really understand what communication is all about, and what are the principles of communication in the Quran and Hadith, which somehow which we may use in our communication, may use in our communication process. We name it perhaps the forms. There's a lot of more forms of communication: interpersonal communication, intercultural communication, group communication, or even mass communication, using traditional media. So these are all somehow, nowadays, of course, with the social media, digital communication, so we may need to use we need to communicate, no matter how, we have to communicate, if it's not verbal, non-verbal. But in the social media nowadays, or people perhaps they don't communicate using spoken words, but they somehow use WhatsApp, or social media, Instagram, TikTok, video to communicate, So those communication are supposed, the communication, the messages communicated via this media or any form, or any platform, the channel that we use are supposed to be guided by Quran and Hadith. Now, I will just introduce with you with the concept of communication in Islam. So in Islam, Allah has somehow created all human beings, with the basic rule to interact. So all of us will need to interact. All of us will need to communicate, with others. So this is the ayah. Khalaqal insan, allamahul bayan. So he has created man, has taught him how to express himself. So in this ayah, the word bayan itself, that actually refers to how express himself. So Allah create us, and Allah has also taught us to express ourselves. So of course, in the context of this ayah, Allah actually asks us to express or to share, to convey the message of Islam, the Islamic teachings to others. So of course, in this context, expressing ourselves can take a lot of means. It can be spoken words, so we may use speech, we may use writing. Nowadays, I think people are mainly using the social media to communicate the messages. So even da'wah, communicate anything that is good, somehow is communicated via the social media. So that's one of the concept that we may somehow derive from the Quranic verse on communication. There's another word if we read the Quran also on ittisal. So the root word ittisal or wasala, which means to convey or to deliver. So this Quranic verse, walaqad wasalna lahumul qawla la'allahum yatadhakkarun. So the word wasalna there somehow means convey or to deliver, to convey or to deliver. So this is one of the ayah in the Quran which we may refer to communication. So this Quran emphasizes the importance of communication in propagating Islam. So we need, it is our duty as Muslim communicators to communicate about the teachings of the Quran, or anything that is good, that is somehow messages of the Quran, that is somehow derived from the Quran. We need to communicate to the people. All right, so we need to use, of course, there's a lot of means of communication nowadays that we may use. Right, so this is another concept. So you may also, in the Quran, apart from wasala, there are also other words used to indicate the meaning to deliver, to convey, which is balagha, conveyance or delivery, da'wah, invitation or call, bashir, that is bearer of good news, nazir, bearer of warning, tazkirah, reminder, and mau'izah, that is admonition or advice. So these are the concepts used to indicate the meaning of communication, that we need to convey the message, Allah's message, which is the teachings of the Quran. So this is what communication is all about. So communication activity is when we talk about communication in Islam from the Quran, is actually this communication activity should involve the process of transfer, delivery, sharing of ideas, opinion of ideas, and religious teachings to a person to perform good deeds. So this is somehow what we are doing, in communication, what we are supposed to do, as Muslim communicators, to communicate or to convey the message of Islam, to other people. Another concept that we may derive from the Quran is the concept of da'wah. Yeah, the meaning, this is from the word da'a, yada'u. Yeah, so da'wah, this is the noun, da'wah. Meaning is to invite. Yeah, so this derived from this ayah, وَلْتَكُنْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدَعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ وَيَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ. So the word yada'una here, yeah, yada'una here, meaning they call. So this referred to those who invite others to righteousness and beneficial actions, underscoring the practice or the proactive nature of Islamic communication in promoting societal good. Yeah, so this is the role of Muslim, of communicators, as we that we need to communicate about or to invite others to perform good deeds, to perform righteousness, and also to perform anything that is good, to correct whatever that is good that will bring goodness to the society. So we need to communicate it, not necessarily communicate about performing prayer, but whatever that is good that we may need to also communicate about, asking people to somehow invite people to help other Muslims in other parts of the world. So this is also one of the another thing that we may use or we may do as Muslim communicators. So this is an obligation to us to bid the fair and forbid the unfair. So we are supposed to, apart from asking people, promoting people, or inviting people to perform good deeds, we also need to stop or forbid people from committing any sins or evil. So this is somehow the role of all Muslim communicators that that of course Allah asks us to do. So in which based on this ayah, this is another role that we need to play. So we need communication in order for us to do this. Right. So in the hadiths, these are the two. If I can share with you about communication in the hadiths. Yes, of course, there's a lot of hadiths that discuss about communication as well. So the first one, which is I think it is quite similar to the Quran as well. Of course, the hadith is somehow supported, the Quran. But of course, I derive some of the principles from the hadith itself, to indicate how we're supposed to communicate, using the using the principles or using the hadith as a guideline, which somehow will guide us on how to communicate, on how to become a Muslim good communicator. Right. So in the hadith, this hadith narrated by Tirmizi and Ibn Majah. Okay, so this hadith by him, in whose hands is my life, you must bid the fair and forbid the unfair, lest Allah inflicts upon you a severe punishment. You shall then pray to him for him, but your prayer shall not be answered. So in this hadith, this somehow indicates the importance of communicators or the speakers, or of course Muslim communicators, to invite people or to bid or invite people or to ask people to perform good deeds, and also to forbid the unfair, not to commit any sins and evils. So this is in line with the Quranic verse, or the concept of da'wah, which I've mentioned in the Quran earlier. So forbid the evil, this is also another in the hadith also mentioned about it. Man ra'a minkum munkara falyughayyirhu biyadihi fa illam yastati' fa biqalbihi dhalika adhaful iman. So it's the Prophet said, whoever from among you sees and the evil is being committed, then he should change it with his hands, and if he's unable to do so, then with the use of words. Yes. So it is so here in this hadith, the Prophet asks us to stop, not just to stop others from committing any sins, any evils. So prohibiting others from committing munkar. So this is also another another role which we need to play in communication as communicators or Muslim communicators, forbidding the evil. Okay, another hadith describe or the concept of communication in hadith. We may also somehow talk about the concept of beneficial speech, in which we need to use a meaningful conversation, and also the necessity for us to avoid foolish using bad words, using any messages that is unpleasant. So this hadith somehow discuss or describe about it. Anybody who believes in Allah and the last day should not harm his neighbor, and anybody who believes in Allah and the last day should entertain his guests generously, and anybody who believes in Allah and the last day should talk. Yeah, so the last part talk about it, should talk what is good or keep quiet. Yeah, so whatever that we talk is just something that will benefit others. Yeah, don't talk something that is not benefit. Yeah, it's not going to benefiting the society. Yeah, perhaps slander, gossips, yeah, rumors. Yeah, in fact, nowadays, the social media, yeah, plays a powerful platform, yeah, for people to spread slandering or gossips, yeah, through the social media. So we have to be careful. So that's actually this hadith somehow bring us to focus on the power of language, yeah, the power of language in order for us, yeah, or the importance of us to what do you call it, to choose, yeah, a good language or the choice of words that we need to choose in order for us to communicate. So that will stop us from you got what do you call it, communicating or talking or using a language which will make people unhappy, yeah, or which will somehow affect, yeah, the society. So this is very important for us to stop all this, yeah, from committing. So the choice of language is somehow very important. Language, yeah. So that's also when we talk about communication, language is somehow that's actually what we call it as a channel, yeah, for us to communicate. Apart from media, what we call it, or social media, the medium that we use, yeah. So the language itself, it's somehow that we need to what you call it that we need to focus into, yeah. So use beneficial speech. Okay, another one, another concept in hadith is about its clear and concise communication. Yeah. So clear and concise communication in the hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah. Yeah. So that somehow discuss about, yeah, there are the Prophet said, I've been given superiority over the other prophets in 6 respects. I've been given words which are concise. So it's mentioned here in this hadith very clearly, concise, yeah, but comprehensive in meaning. So this is what the Prophet used, yeah, a very concise language that he used, but comprehensive in meaning, so that people be able to understand, yeah, what he communicated. Yeah, so this hadith indicated about, yeah, the Prophet's ability to communicate complex ideas, even though it's complex, it's complex, or perhaps is somehow, yeah, we have like something that is difficult for us to convey, yeah. So the Prophet managed to do it, to make it simpler so that people will be able to understand it. Yeah, so this is what also we need to do as a Muslim communicator. So the use of language is very important. Use something that is easy for others to understand. Yeah, because what's important is for the message to reach, yeah, the audience, for the message to reach or to be understood by the receiver of the message. So that's why it is very important for us to use a very clear and concise, yeah, messages, language, yeah. So that's important for us to use, yeah. So this is not only on what do you call it, spoken words, verbal communication, non-verbal communication. Perhaps we may use also non-verbal communication in this context, yeah, or perhaps with the use of when we use the media or social media as a written communication, yeah. So it's also very important for us to decide, to be very careful on what we write, so that people will be able to understand what we write. Yeah, there's no point for us to communicate when people don't understand. So communication will not be successful. Yeah, so this is what the Prophet did, yeah, to somehow communicate what people will understand. So in fact, the Prophet also used repetition. Yeah, so he normally repeat 3 times of the what messages that he communicate with others. Yeah, so he normally repeat 3 times so that people will be able to understand what he's saying. Okay, and then is simplicity and ease. This is also another concept of communication in the hadith. Yeah, this from the hadith. Yassiru wala tu'assiru. Yeah, the Prophet said, make things easy for the people and do not make it difficult for them, and make them come with glad tidings and do not repulse them. Yeah, so this practice of or the principle of communication is we need to, the hadith somehow implies that we need to use a simple language also, yeah, simple. The principle of simplicity and ease in Islamic communication. So it means that we need to use very clear and straightforward language. Yeah, not to use any language which is very difficult for people to understand it. Yeah, so make it simple for others to understand it. It's not, what you call it, it's not important for us, yeah, to use very complicated language for others to understand. Yeah, if people don't understand it. So what's important is for people to understand it. So in this context, also referring based on this hadith, also it's also important for us, yeah, to decide, yeah, for Muslim communicators will need to decide or will need to understand who are the audience. So it's very important to also what do you call it, look at the characteristics of the audience, the listeners, yeah, the audience, the readers' backgrounds, their education level, their familiarity with the subject matter. So if they are not able to understand it, so the messages will not, or communication will not be successful, communication will not be effective. Yeah, so that's why it's important. The Prophet Muhammad also, yeah, mentioned this. Yeah, so he also did this also. Yeah, so he also somehow applied this principle in his communication, in his communication practices. Yeah, so this principle not only applied in interpersonal communication or verbal communication, this all can also be applied to media. Yeah, media channels, media platform, perhaps internet. When we use the internet, we need to write. Yeah, we use yeah, in mass communication we talk about the traditional media, even though we said that it's not popular now anymore. Yeah, not that popular anymore, but we still use, yeah, internet, traditional communication, television, radio. So the messages used should be simpler. Yeah, very simple and easy for others to understand. But we need to look at who are the audience. Yeah, somehow if the audience have you call it are familiar with the subject, so it's easy. So you may use, you know, the language which the audience, yeah, may be able to understand the language that you use. Yeah. All right, and then avoiding harmful speech. Yeah, so this is very important also for us to stop committing or using any language, yeah, that will make others you know, not happy, yeah, with us. So harmful speech here may include the usage of spoken words or written communication. Yeah, and of course, this is very important for us to avoid ourselves from using harmful speech when we interact with others. Okay, so the principle of avoiding harmful speech extends to all forms of communication. It can be written communication, face-to-face, and it's not only interpersonal communication, face-to-face interaction, but it can also, yeah, we need to apply also in written communication, digital media. Yeah, of course, in the social media, it is more crucial for us to be careful about what we write. Yeah, perhaps nowadays in the social media may somehow also lead to what do you call it, the fall of a society. Yeah, so it happened. Yeah, the internet, yeah, it is very powerful. Yeah, the media is very powerful. So that's why it's very important for us to stop from using any speech which will make harm to the society, which will make harm to the what do you call it, to the audience. Yeah, to the audience, the receivers of the messages. So apart from that, in addition to talking about refraining ourselves from using negative talk, negative messages, yeah, we this concept also talk about, yeah, cultivating a positive, constructive approach, yeah, to communication, which build up individuals and communities. So we're supposed to use languages which will somehow promote, yeah, or motivate the positive environment in the society. Yeah, so this is very important. Yeah. Okay, and then mindful speech. Yeah, so mindful speech, this is also mentioned in the hadith. Yeah, in the hadith, I don't put the hadith here, but of course, perhaps this is more on the Quran, more on the Sunnah, the Sunnah, what the Prophet practiced. Yeah, he somehow our role model. He he became our role model, yeah, in using mindful speech whenever he interacted with others. Yeah, so he was known for thoughtful pauses before speaking. Yeah, that indicates a careful consideration of his words. So he will pause, yeah, whenever he communicated. Yeah, this to indicate that it's very important for us to be very careful in communication. So sometimes we need to pause, so that we know what are we supposed to communicate in order for us to communicate what is positive, so that it will bring a positive effect on the society. So the mindful speech may involve the being aware of non-verbal cues and the tone of voice. So this somehow when you talk about communication is not only related to the verbal communication, but non-verbal communication is also important. The non-verbal cues used, this is also important. Perhaps someone says something, but the non-verbal cues say something else. So it is very important for us somehow for the Muslim communicators then to be aware of what are we communicating, the messages that are communicated. It has to be somehow in line with or something that will bring a positive impact on others. The Prophet was even described as speaking clearly and deliberately, making it easy for listeners to understand and remember his words. So remember I mentioned earlier that he used easy words, easy words for others to understand, simple words for others to understand. At the same time, he also repeated his sentences or language or messages so that it's for people to understand. Right, so I also I think here I also would like to highlight this is not only on interpersonal communication. This mindful speech is also been somehow implemented in all forms of communication. Even the posting in the social media. So the communicators will need to have mind to be careful of what are the messages that need to be communicated. In fact, in the composition of emails also important. So think before posting it, think before writing it and posting it or sharing it with others. In fact, in online discussions, nowadays we have, of course, people are very active in, I would say WhatsApp is one of the instant messaging, which is very, very powerful also, which is widely used, adopted by people in all parts of the world. In Malaysia itself, this is one of the highest, percentage, highest, what do you call it, highly used, highly utilized by people in the society, in the country. So in the WhatsApp group, perhaps it's also important for us to be careful of what we write. In the WhatsApp group, we have somehow also a Telegram, so which many people of different backgrounds, are in the WhatsApp group, belong to the WhatsApp group. So we suppose the communicators are supposed to be careful what they write in there. Okay, now based on what I've the concepts of communication, I've just elaborated about the concepts of communication in the Quran and also in the Hadith earlier. So now I would like to share with you, so we can somehow define Islamic communication as communication based on the guidance of revelation and the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So whatever that we communicate, our interaction is supposed to be based on the Quran and sunnah. So this is what Islamic communication is all about. So this Islamic communication somehow involve what you call it, communication involve hablum minallah, hablum minan nas, and al-muhasabah. In any communication which relates to ourselves and also with the nature. So hablum minallah, we talk about our relationship with Allah, and hablum minan nas, our communication with the human beings, with other human beings, and muhasabah, we are talking about our communication with or within with ourselves. That is muhasabah. So now I will share with you the Islamic communication, the models of Islamic communication introduced by, of course, several scholars. The first model, I mentioned about vertical God-man communication. Hablum minallah. So hablum minallah. So this is what we call it as vertical or God-man communication. So this model is developed by Zaidan Abdul Baqi in 1997. Okay, so this model provides an Islamic version of the famous communication models. If you're familiar with the communication models from the Western point of view, developed by Butler and Schramm, Laswell, Shannon Weaver. So they all talk about the linear, interactive, transactional communication, which of course I don't want to talk about it because I know that other lecturers have, I think Dr. Shafiza or Dr. Rabi have already talked about it, yeah, about communication models. So I don't want to talk about it. But basically, this model talk about basically those Western communication, the basic communication model. They talk about they talk about the use of sender, the four elements of communication process in which include sender, receiver, the message, and of course the channel. And somehow then have extended using include the use of feedback, yeah, and also the noise, yeah. So those are the basic what are discussed in the Western communication model. However, yeah, Zaidan or Abdul Bagi's model somehow what you call it, improve, yeah, this model, the Western communication model this model is not what you call it, is not has somehow improved. Yeah, this is not okay, what you call it, Bagi communication model has not included or has not been what do you call it, it's not similar to any of the other Western communication models, yeah. So in this model, what's the difference between this model with all those Western communication models which I mentioned just now, the linear, interactive, transactional model, is that, yeah, the human dimension of communication that is present in all communication models offered by those models, yeah, is somehow not applicable in this model, because this model involves what we call it as transcendental, yeah, which is Allah and also the Jibril, yeah. So these two, yeah, Allah and the Jibril is they are added, yeah, into the what do you call it, the elements of communication process. In order for a communication process to take place, yeah. So here you talk about Allah sends us, Allah sends the people, yeah, with his messages are being communicated via the Quran, and of course the angel Jibril and Malaika Jibril. So he's the one who somehow communicated the message. Yeah. So these the messages of the Quran itself is being communicated by to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, yeah, via Jibril, yeah, Malaika, the angel Jibril, to the people. Yeah. So in this context, the noise and message filters are not relevant when it involves God-man communication. Yeah. So there shouldn't be noise. There shouldn't be message filters because Allah communicates directly to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam via the angel, the Jibril. Yeah. So where we receive this revelation, yeah, from Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, or the Prophet Muhammad is the one who received the revelation. Okay, so this is not relevant because we don't expect communication between Allah and His Messenger to involve any noise or filter. So therefore, this model is not an ordinary human communication model. Yeah, this is not like what the Western communication model that is being introduced by the Westerners. Yeah, so this model rather describes a process that takes place on a level that rises among human beings, yeah, and that involves more than the traditional components of the process of human communication, because we talk about Allah here, the God here, yeah. So how the God communicates to the people through the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, yeah. So that's the first model. Another model that I would like to share today is the second model, which is introduced by M. Zacky Ibrahim 2005. Yeah, we call it vertical. This is also vertical God-man communication also, but of course it's a bit. This is based on the Quranic verse, yeah, that he actually introduced this model based on a Quranic verse, which is based on Ashura, verse 51. Yeah, this is based on Surah Ashura, verse 51 of the Quran, in the Quran. Yeah, so this is what he call it. He named it as God-man communication as well, or divine. Sorry, this is actually divine human communication model. Yeah, or God-man communication. Yeah, and we call it as divine human communication model. So how does it work? So this model illustrates relationship between God and humans. Yeah, so this is quite similar to the first model that I've mentioned just now. Yeah, so here in this model, God is a sender and humans are the recipients of His messages. Yeah, so this is because this is talking about man communication. God is a sender, Allah is a sender, and man, yeah, the people is the receiver. Of course, the Prophet Muhammad SAW and all of us. So this model illustrates that God can reach out to people in 3 different ways. Yeah? So based on Surah Ashura, verse 51, this is actually how this scholar decide or describe, explain, come up with this model. Yeah, so people can communicate in 3 different ways. Oh, sorry, Allah communicate in 3 different ways. Yeah, firstly is by inspiration, which is wahyu. Yeah, and then secondly is through a veil. Yeah, behind a veil, behind a curtain. And finally is by sending a messenger, which is the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the Prophet, okay, based on this ayah, let me just share with you the ayah itself, the surah, the Quranic verse, the surah Ashura verse 51. Yeah, so why this ayah was revealed, talking about these 3 what do you call it? These 3 categories of interaction used in Islamic communication. So Jews, at first Jews asked the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, how can we believe in you while you neither see Allah nor you speak to him face to face? As the Prophet the Prophet Musa alaihi salam used to see and converse with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Yeah, so the Jews asked the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, why they need to believe in the Prophet Muhammad, when he could not even communicate direct to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, just like what the Prophet Muhammad did. So this verse was then revealed. This is what we call as Asbabun Nuzul, for this verse, the reason for revelation of this verse. So this verse was then revealed to explain, or to explain about this, about this argument made by the Jews to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it's not possible for human being to converse with Allah face to face. The Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet Musa even, received his or heard the voice from behind a curtain, not face to face. He didn't even see the Prophet, see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when he received, what do you call it, when he communicated. He only heard the voice from behind a curtain. So that's the reason for the revelation of this ayah, which somehow indicate that there are 3 main channels of how Allah communicates to the people. One is revelation, wahyu. The second one is behind the curtain, behind a veil. And finally through the Prophet. Of course, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and other prophets also receive revelation from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in this context, the media and the channels through which people interact with God must represent a superior submissive relationship, since God and humans have different natures and clearly humans are subordinate to God. So here wahyu is described here. Wahyu is impression of something in the heart, or it happens when someone is awake or in dream, like the dreams of the Prophet, inspiration. The inspiration that I mentioned just now. So the 3 ways of communicating. First is by messenger, the prophets. Second is behind a curtain, just like what the Prophet Musa experienced, and also through inspiration. This is wahyu. So it could be the Prophet Muhammad also. That's or some other prophets also receive from the dream. So this model does not include the feedback mechanism. So that's just similar to the one that I've to the first model just now. That I've shared with you just now. There's nothing like there's no such thing like noise in this communication. Of course, the Western communication, they have noise, because they talk about human communication. There's nothing mentioned about God-man communication. So in this model, divine human communication model, so they only include source, message, the channel 1, channel 2, channel 3. So channel 1, channel 2, channel 3 here refers to the what do you call it? To the revelation, wahyu, to the prophet, and then behind a curtain or behind a veil. The receiver, of course, the people who receive the message, and of course it gives effect for us whether to what do you call it, to communicate, using the principle that is guided by the Quran, in the Quran. So that is human communication, divine human communication model. So this idea of integration of Islamic communication in this model is based on the idea of monotheism, which holds that all knowledge is permitted as long as it does not conflict with the law or the values established by the Islamic tenets, which are based on the idea of God's unity or Tawheed. Yeah. So whatever it is, we are supposed to be guided by Tawheed, yeah, by the oneness of God, by the Quran, the messages which are being communicated by the Prophet, by Allah, of course, by Allah, yeah, but through the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, and then another model, which is the last model, right? So the last model is the horizontal human communication. This is based on Hamid Maulana's model of Islamic communication. I think those who are in communication, you must be familiar, yeah, with this model. This model is very much familiar, which is widely used, yeah, by Muslim scholars, researchers, academics, even students, yeah, in media and communication disciplines. So this Maulana's Islamic communication model aims to provide what we call it as universal understanding of all Muslim societies. Yeah, so what he introduced in this model, how is it different? This model is this is a bit different from the first and second model because this is a horizontal model where he actually discuss about human communication, horizontal, yeah? Man, you're talking about man, even though of course the Tawheed is there, but he doesn't talk about Allah as a sender here, yeah? So this is horizontal human communication. So he contends that the Islamic state, which is based on the Quran and also the Sunnah tradition, yeah, not only the Quran but also the Sunnah, the tradition, the Sharia, the Islamic law, is a God-fearing. Yeah, so whatever that we have in this Islamic state, we are supposed to be based on God-fearing, which is taqwa. Yes, as opposed to the nation state, which the Western societies appreciate or use or believe in, yeah, which is a political state. So in contrast to the nation state, which is introduced, which is believed by the Westerners, yeah, or the non-Muslims. So God, not the people, is the ruler of the Islamic state. Yeah, so the Muslim communicators believe that Allah is the creator. Yeah, Allah is the ruler for an Islamic state. Yeah, so in this model also he somehow discussed about the concept of community. Yeah, community in the West is not the same as that of the Islamic community. So the common belief in the unity of God, the universe, the nature, the forms the foundation of the ummah or community. Yeah, so he somehow discussed about the concept of ummah rather than talking about the community as understood by the Western society or Western scholars. So according to him, in this model, Maulana somehow highlights that race, country, and ethnicity are irrelevant in such a group. Yeah. Okay. So there's no distinction made in this system between the public and private domain, politics and religion, or spiritual, temporal powers. Communication takes on a new meaning with distinct objectives. Yeah. So he come up with what you call it, a model, because of he's somehow not happy with the communication model. Right. So in this model, the foundation, he somehow emphasized on the foundation of Islamic communication ethics. So according to him, this Islamic communication ethics is composed of 5 essential Islamic concepts, which are community, tauhid, amar ma'ruf, nahi munkar, taqwa, and amanah. Yeah. So the concept of community that he introduced here, he talked about all of us are one. We are supposed to believe in one God. Yeah. So we are all brothers. We're talking about brotherhood here as well. So he doesn't talk about the race, class, ethnicity. Yeah. So the different concept that he introduced here on the concept of ummah, that Muslims are supposed to practice, in the society. So all Muslims, according to him, must practice the idea of Tawheed, Tawheed, the oneness of God, believe in God, and trying to get the pleasure of Allah whenever we communicate, so since it goes against the material foundation such as the desire for wealth, which communication practitioners should not emphasize. So according to him, communicators are not supposed to emphasize on the desire for wealth, but to to practice or to somehow believe in the Tauhid, the Tauhidic paradigm is somehow embedded in this model. So he somehow then emphasized that Tauhid instead instruct us to labor for Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala alone. So whatever that we communicate, whatever that we do, so that is based on what you call it, based on our submission to Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala. So as a slave of Allah, we need to follow whatever that is that Allah asks us to do. Yeah, is what he indicates in the middle. So as opposed to the Western approach, Western communication models, this model, Hamid Maulana's model of Islamic communication, place communication in larger and greater context, where it's not only a communication act but also an obligation that is carried out by Muslim individuals as well as the community at large. Yeah, so this is what we are supposed to that is what communicators are supposed to do. So you not only talking about communicator, the individual Muslim communicators, but also talking about society at large. Yeah, so this talking about the concept of ummah. So he also talked about what you call it, concept of amar ma'ruf, amar ma'ruf wa nahi munkar. So in his model, he also talked about amar ma'ruf wa nahi munkar, which is commanding right and forbidding others from committing any wrongdoing. So this set as an example of righteousness and also forbid immorality. So according to him, this is the role of Muslim communicators to instruct others or to invite others to perform good deeds and to perform righteousness and also to forbid from committing any evils. Especially he somehow talk about journalism. In journalism, journalists, for example, are supposed to do this, to what you call it, invite others to righteousness and to perform good acts and to stop from committing evils. So this is what he emphasized, he stressed about. And he also did talk about taqwa. So in here, guidance, taqwa, and also amanah. Taqwa, the concept of taqwa that he emphasized for him is that journalists who have this quality will never write fake news in media. So this is what he emphasized about. So this of course goes back to the concept of tawhid and the belief in the oneness of God. The sense of responsibility that we're the slave of Allah. Then the journalists are supposed to to play this role as invite people to perform good deeds and also to stop them from committing evil or munkar in the society. So this taqwa, the quality of taqwa will somehow stop them from writing fake news or anything that is not true in the media. This also somehow applicable to the social media nowadays. Of course, when he wrote this article discussing social media wasn't used or wasn't that popular at that time. But nowadays, since we have media, so this also applicable. This model is also applicable to not only to journalists. This also applicable to all Muslim communicators. So all Muslims will need to somehow use of all these principles when communicating through the social media. And he also, when he talk about amanah, trustworthiness, also one of the elements that he includes in the model. So he gave examples that, for example, in a small group communication, the persons must assume a leadership role in task with maintaining confidentiality within and between the group. So whenever a person is given a task to keep a secret, for example, so it's not supposed to be conveyed to others because this is the amanah that is given to this person. So he is not supposed to convey these secrets or any confidential documents to others. So that's why in this you can see in this model, you talk about tauhid, responsibility, guidance, brotherhood, taqwa, amanah, and also the message. So this is from the sender and receiver. So it means that the characteristic, the sender and the senders are supposed to have this quality of tauhid, responsibility, guidance, brotherhood, taqwa, and amanah. And the messages that are communicated if this sender have this quality or these characteristics, yeah, will somehow bring them to, to interact, yeah, to interact. Message here, this refers to the messages that he uses in the communication process. There's a platform, yeah, which is social media is used, yeah, or perhaps a letter and email. So the messages itself used are supposed to be good words, reliable news, giving guidance and keeping secrets. Yeah. So this it can also be related to the what do you call it? To the concept of Islamic concept of Islamic communication based on hadith that I've discussed earlier. All right. So I think that's all. Do I still have time, Sister Jaria? Oh, I think time's up, right?
That's actually
Yeah.
already past 10 minutes already. Past 10 minutes already.
Okay, so no more, eh? So I don't have more
It's
time. Okay. All right, so I'll stop here. I stop here. Thank you. I want to share, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I stop here?
Thank you very much, Doctor. But
Okay.
we have yes.
Okay, let me
So
stop.
we open for Q&A, 1 or 2 questions, Doctor.
Okay, sure. So I just stop sharing first because I can't see the screen. I can't see any message.
Okay, Doctor. We have brother Tarno Abdullah. You can
Yeah.
unmute yourself, brother. Raise up your hand again. Sorry. Just now, raise up your hand again, brother. Brother Abdullah here just now. Sorry, just now because I'm wrong click just now. But Doctor, we have question in the chat box also.
Yeah, okay. I'm
From
reading it because there's a lot of
Adibiran.
wait, because there's a lot of questions coming from psychology, the first speaker just now. I'm trying to see which one. Yeah, okay, so there's I think a question from here. What about cakap berlapis? Cakap berlapis or cakap berlapik perhaps, yeah? Is it okay in Malaysia we talk about cakap berlapik? Is it cakap berlapik? In Malaysia, there's a Chinese politician criticizing each other badly. Even the ustaz are saying things about other ustaz and condemning. You talk about cakap berlapik here. So I think the cakap berlapik here, perhaps we want to what do you call it? Jaga hati, right? We don't want to hurt others' feeling. Yeah, so we somehow we try to choose the best word so that we're not going to hurt others' feelings whenever we communicate. Yeah. But not to the extent that if I think there's also another perhaps another what do you call it, principle in Islamic communication which I don't share just now. Yeah, is on truthfulness. Yeah, so whenever we communicate, we're not supposed ada in Malaysian context. Yeah, somehow people say we're always quite familiar with panggil apa tu tipu sunat. Yeah, whenever you lie, yeah, it's for the sake of goodness. That's fine. It's okay. Yeah, but we're not supposed that if we use the principle of truthfulness, that we are not supposed to tell a lie, isn't it? Yeah. So in this context, we are encouraged to somehow we are supposed to, we're expected, based on the Islamic communication, based on the Quran, based on the Hadith, we are supposed to use the words that are good. Yeah, words supposed to be good. Yeah, supposed to be understood by others. But at the same time, we are supposed to also to use the truth. Yeah, the truth is supposed to be communicated as well. Yeah, not to communicate whatever that is untrue. Right. So this is also another. I think this is something that needs to be highlighted as well, which I don't put it there, but it's part of it as well in Islamic communication. Yeah, in the social media we can see nowadays when it comes to politics especially, yeah, so people tend to criticize each other. The Muslims are criticizing other Muslims, so this happens, right? So this is not supposed, I would say, not supposed to be practiced lah, among us. Okay, and then I hope I answered the question.
There's Brother Tenu. Brother Tenu, I'm already unmute yourself. You can direct question to
Yeah.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah. Yes, Brother
Okay,
Tino.
okay, thank you so much, Doctor.
Welcome.
The question that I would like to ask is about the Islamic communication. You know, the concept of dawah,
Yes.
because we have many people who doing dawah, but I don't know if they don't know really the principle or the rules of dawah, because it seems that they are doing dawah, but the message is not reaching the people. I don't know if this is a lack of knowing how to convey the message, or what is the problem, because most of the time the message is not reached out the appropriate people. Thank you so much. Shukran jazilan.
I'm sorry, brother, I don't get your question.
I said,
Uh-huh.
you know, most of the time when people are doing dawah, the message is not reached. They don't reach the audience. Yeah, I don't know if it is a lack of knowing how to convey the message. They didn't learn the rules and the principle how to convey a message. So most of the time, the audience is not reached out very well, because the problems are always remaining the same.
Okay, thank you, brother. How do I call you? Tirno, brother Tirno?
Cherno,
Tirno,
this is
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, where are you
Thank you
from?
so much. I'm from Guinea Conakry. Cherno is like a
Inshallah,
psych.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. All right,
Alhamdulillah.
I think you are giving your views perhaps, yeah, on in dakwah communication when a da'i, yeah, a preacher, when they communicate the messages doesn't reach the audience, yeah, it doesn't reach the mad'u, the one who is supposed to receive the message, yeah. So I think this is due to, of course, several factors. Perhaps they I think that when you talk about when we are supposed to communicate, the message is supposed to be simple. The message is supposed in order for us to reach. Yeah, so I think we need to choose the message or the compose. Yeah, how do we compose a message? It's very important for us to decide if it's face to face or the spoken words. Yeah, if it's media, then the written words. Yeah, the written language itself. So we need to know what are the what the choice of words. So we need to carefully choose the words that we would like to reach the audience, the mother. So perhaps I would say the factors is that the mad'u, perhaps the da'i, not the mad'u, sorry, the da'i does not study who are the audience. Yeah. So because it is very important in order for us to effectively communicate, for a da'i to communicate effectively, so he needs to understand who are the audience. Yeah, so the audience, who are they? The young, yeah, the which age group, or in terms of cultural background also they need to know. Yeah, and the choice of language is also that determines also. Yeah, who are your audience? So you then need to decide who are they. Then only you'll be able to somehow communicate effectively. All right. So, but I think whenever we want to communicate, yeah, of course, in communication, of course, the Prophet Muhammad also did this also whenever he decided to even communicate, what do you call it, dakwah, yeah, whenever he wanted to convey the message dakwah, to invite people to listen to him about what he wanted to teach about Islamic teachings, yeah. So he chose even the time. What is the best time for him, yeah, to communicate? So he also decide when perhaps whenever people of is convenient, yeah, to listen to, then only he what do you call it, he communicates the message. Yeah, I think perhaps in our society nowadays, you will have what do you call it, in the mosque, yeah, people communicate, people try to understand, yeah, the ustaz, yeah, the da'i is trying to convey the message, Yeah, in a mosque, so the way he communicates doesn't reach the audience because of what? Because of the language that he used. Yeah, because he doesn't try to understand who are the audience. Yeah, even in fact nowadays, perhaps the young ones, they don't go to the mosque anymore. So we need to also understand and then how to reach this young generation. Yeah, perhaps it's through the social media. Yeah, TikTok nowadays. So what is the language which could be understood, which can be understood or which can be accepted by the young generation? So this needs to be studied by the da'i. Yeah? The da'i will need to master all this in order for them to communicate the message, these messages to the mad'u. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, welcome.
And thank you for the very enlightening presentation. We
you,
have
Sister
passed
Jaria.
about 20 minutes, but
Oh, sorry.
it's okay. Because this time is for break time exactly, but because we are really interesting to hear from you, so
Okay.
we extend the time.
My apologies to our
Thank you,
participants as well.
Doctor. Thank you very much, Doctor. Inshallah, see you next time.
Inshallah. Assalamualaikum. Thank you very much.
To all participants, we can break about 15 minutes like that. We extend for 5 minutes. We will come back at 11:05. Inshallah. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Okay, we have 1 minute, Doctor. Can you try to share the screen?
Yeah, wait a bit. Now visible?
Yes, yes. Can get it. Okay. Ready, please. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To respected Dr. Zacky Fouz and also to the all participants who attending here in Zoom, also in the YouTube or Facebook. Okay, we come back to the next session for this this week. It's the week 7 already, Alhamdulillah. So we will continue to listen to Dr. Zacky for the topics contemporary Islamic political thought. With that, فليتفضل مذكورة Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, Sister MC. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Nahmadu wa salli ala Rasul Kareem. Amma ba'd. So today we are going to discuss about modern Islamic political thought. Here I am going to give a basic overview about the emergence and the evolution of modern Islamic political thought. What are the key ideas and dynamics, key ideas of modern Islamic scholars, and the dynamics that shaped their ideas. And as I remember in the last week that Dr. Mir Alif, my colleague, he has given you an excellent overview about the contemporary political ideologies in general. He discussed about liberalism, conservatism, socialism, postmodernism, and these are lots of contemporary political philosophies that is shaping the modern world. So in today's topic, actually, what I'm discussing is a response from the Muslim world. How Muslim thinkers, Islamic thinkers, political thinkers specifically responded to those ideological developments and its influence in the Muslim world. So modern Islamic political thought in general can be understood as a response to the development of modern political philosophy in the West. So it's so modern Islamic political thought is collectively revolving around the modern political thought in general. So this is one of the basic facts that we need to know. So before I delve into the key ideas, we need to understand another basic point, another key fundamental point, which is that in the history of Islam, we know for the before the modern world, before even 1924, since the beginning of Islam, we Muslims had continuously had a particular political model, which we call caliphate. And so is classical Islamic political thought largely shaped within the context of caliphate. So the caliphate and its evolution in the last 1,400 years have greatly shaped and influenced the political imaginations of the Muslim communities across the world. But after 1940, after 1924, there was a rupture. The modern nation states are started to emerge, and the modern state and nation state model and modern state model in general basically means the philosophical and ideologically rooted in modern Western political philosophy. So modern state and nation states are fundamentally grounded in a different epistemological and ontological and also ethical principles compared to what we had in the classical history of Islam. So there was a rupture, there was a fragmentation. So this has created a great confusion and also a tension within the Muslim world, how we can adopt the emerging new world system. Mainly, the rupture happened across four important fault lines. So you can find that confusion and the rupture has dominated through four important fault lines. One is modern state is basically meaning to say that modern states are fundamentally territorially confined. So state should have boundaries in order to be accepted as a state. One of the elements of the state is it should have a territory and a boundary. But in the previous Islamic history, we see that there was no boundary. We generally say House of Islam, Darul Islam. Yeah, there may be different sultanates among them, but still the boundaries were not that much relevant to the Muslim community in terms of conceptualizing and imagining the political thought. But today, after the emergence of modern state, boundaries became very, very serious matter. So that actually questioned many of the classical political theories to the core. The theories such as importantly the laws related to jihad and laws related to international relations of the Muslim states. These classical laws were radically questioned by this territoriality of the modern state. And so again, the modern state is based on popular sovereignty. So the real power, according to the nation-state model, is in the hands of the people. But when we read the classical treatise of political science, classical Islamic treatise of political science, we say we frequently encounter that the sovereignty is with the Sharia, or a main task of the ruler is to protect and implement Islamic law. So the power lies with the Sharia, importantly, but modern context, you see the popular sovereignty and the power lies with the people. This is another fault line that created much of debates when Muslim thinkers trying to adapt to the modern system. The third is citizenship. Earlier classical Islamic political thought mainly was based on ummatic conception. So religion was considered to be primary marker of Muslim communities. But in the modern context, we see the concept of citizenship emerged, defining a different type of or different approach towards the people within a country. So we have new ideologies coming up like nationalism, and even within the Muslim world, there are different types of nationalism: Egyptian nationalism, Turkish nationalism. So these all nationalisms define the citizenship based on a totally different criteria, secular criteria actually, compared to the ummatic conception that defined the whole community in the classical Islamic political thought. So you see in the classical Islam, there were no any issue when Muslim scholars actually traveled from India to Arabia, to Yemen, to Turkey, in Africa. No visa, nothing. They just went there, learned there for many years, stayed there, married there. No any documentation or approval needed. It's an open world. So because of Muslims being considered as one ummah, this was possible. But now ummatic concerns are there, but there are more than that. There's a legal concerns that you cannot travel to another country, even though it's a Muslim country, without any legal approval. So rather than Muslims, now each Muslim country even treat its citizens particularly as a legal category. They should be born in that country, such and such things. So this also created a much debate how we can adapt to this system. And in the modern state is totally a state-centric system, means the state regulates everything. Each and every corner of your aspects of your life is regulated. You need to record even your birth and your death with the state. But in the pre-modern context, there were many different political systems were existing simultaneously. But we have more than the state. Civil society was more powerful. Ulamas were more powerful. And actually tariqas, Sufi madaris, Sufi groups actually dominated many Muslim areas. And so there were parallelly many political models were existing within the caliphate. Though the caliph was accepted was received as a top post and people respected them, but within the caliphate there were many other power centers were there. But modern state was totally state-centric. So these are the fault lines that shaped, or at least that divided the classical political order between the classical political order and the modern state. So how Muslim political thinkers were confused, how we can adapt to this new development within Islamic framework. The responses to this confusion, the responses to these debates are being considered as modern Islamic thought. Modern Islamic thought actually born out of those responses. So we are even the responses were evolved periodically, considering the geopolitical, local politics of each country, and also within the nature of Islamic political thought itself. Because of these three factors, even the responses of the Islamic thinkers were also evolved periodically. That's what we are going to discuss in this session. So initial response, one of the most, so I have categorized here 5 responses, how Muslim thinkers trying to adapt to the modern context. I named these 5 responses in 5 key terms: theo-democratic response, quasi-theocratic response, Islamic democratic response, post-Islamic democratic response, and the Muslim democracy response. So these are 5 types of responses modern Islamic thinkers have developed in order to make a reconciliation between the Islamic worldview and the modern state system. And the theo-democratic alternative, or the response, was a very influential response developed by Maulana Abul Ala al-Maududi, a prolific writer and thinker from Pakistan, from the subcontinent. And his response was dominated the Islamic political thought, all in all, from 1940 to 1970. His project and his theorization was pretty much dominant. Actually shaped many political movements across the globe, from west to south to east to north. So almost all the revivalist Islamic political movements, one way or the other, affected by Maulana Maududi's ideas. So what are his key idea and key paradigm that he presented? He said Islam has its own exclusive system of state. So we cannot adapt either liberal state or socialist state or any other secular models of state. Rather, Islam has its own state system. Islam demands Muslims to establish that. That was his key point he made. What are the principles of the Islamic state? He said 3 things. Hakimiyya. We cannot accept popular sovereignty as the basis of Islamic state. Rather, we should give the Hakimiyya, the real sovereign power, to the God. So the God is the center of Islamic state. Everything revolves around God. So how people can communicate with God if he is the center of political project? We need to communicate with the God through Sharia. God has revealed us a Sharia, So Sharia is the mediating factor between the people and the God. So we need to understand the guidance and principles and values, how a political society should be organized through Sharia. So means that this is a very theocratic understanding. You need to say there is no place for people up until now. But he introduces the concept of shura as a regulating factor. It's even though the Sharia is the source of legislature in Islamic State, no any class of or segment of people is authorized to implement that. Rather, the Sharia is for all. So what Muslims should do, they should use Shura as a mechanism of democracy to regulate Sharia, to implement Sharia, and to make policies in light of Sharia. So there'll be Shura mechanism, there'll be democratic sense of democracy there, but the democracy is not absolute, rather it is regulated by the Sharia and the limits of Sharia. Anyhow, here you can see the Sharia and Hakimiyya dominated the project of, or the political theory that was developed by Maulana Maududi. We see he by himself named his project as Theo-Democratic Project, meaning to say there is a theocracy, sense of theocracy, and a sense of democracy. It was a fusion of the both. So what is the part of theocracy? Yes, God is there as a key player or key center of power, and his role is there as a key key source of knowledge that shaped the policy making process of the country. But still, people have their own right, people have their own freedom to make policies, but in light of those sources, Islamic revealed sources. So Shura is there, democratic aspect is there, and the theocratic aspect is there. So the main task of the state should be to implement Sharia. So the legitimacy of the government is partly judged by the electoral or appreciation by the people, and also partly by the implementation of Sharia. So to government to be a legitimate, government should adhere, promise that it delivers Sharia to the people. And so a key point in his project is he considered ideological opponents as enemies of the state, like communism or any other party simply cannot exist because it is an ideological state. So any rival ideology which is there cannot involve in politics. Rather, yes, non-Muslims and other people can live, but no any ideologies which can become a counterforce to Islam be allowed to exist within his Islamic state, according to in his Islamic state, meaning the Islamic state as it is conceived by the Maulana Maududi. So there is an friend and enemy notion is there within his concept, which was a critical aspect in his project that we need to take into account. So this theorization actually dominated the Muslim world actually from 1940s to 1970, and so his theory was considered to be an ideal one, shaped many Islamic movements across the world. Then again, the second important transformation happened in 1980 to 1990, which was second major impact upon the Muslim or Islamic political thought was not from the Sunni world, rather from the Iran Shiite world. So who is that? Al-Khomeini, Ayatollah Ruhullah Khomeini. He developed a model, a Shiite version of political thought, which we call Wilayatul Faqih model. In that model, again, as like Maududi, he kept God as the center of political project. So God is a real owner of God has the real ownership of the power. He has the sovereignty over the people. And again, he also accepted the role of Sharia in regulating the public life. But he brought Maududi's third important element in his project is Shura. But in the quasi-theocratic project, Ayatollah Khomeini brought jurists. So jurists are as the key because he believed, according to Shia theology, the jurists are the most knowledgeable people of Sharia. So they have the right to be appointed as a key policymakers of the state. So they play a key role in Wilayat al-Faqih model. So he even brought democratic mechanism to justify that model. How jurists are elected, not just merely selected. So there is an election for jurists. You have you know that Iran, even the higher council of ulamas were being elected by the top jurist or council of jurists in their country. So jurists are there. The third, even before the public, the jurist comes. So God, Sharia, and the jurist are the key three fundamental pillars of this quasi-theocratic project. So the people come after that. So the real power lies with these three institutions, or these three elements: God, Sharia, and the institution of the jurist. Why I call this quasi-theocracy rather than absolute theocracy? Because in an absolute theocracy, jurist generally, in absolute theocracy, what you had in the classical medieval Christianity, the Christian fathers and the church claimed that they get the real power from the God. God has given them the legitimacy to regulate the public. So they didn't get their legitimacy from the people at all. They didn't get the legitimacy from the God. That's the absolute theocracy. But here quasi-theocracy means, since they have the legitimacy, since they are the jurists, they have the knowledgeable people, and they are just representing their Imamiyat tradition, so they have the legitimacy to rule the people. But still, they claim that Imam Ruhullah Khomeini claimed that the jurists didn't get their power from the God, rather they are being elected. So there is a sort of democratic notion is there, though not absolute democracy, but they were being elected. They do not claim that they get their power directly from the God. So this is why I call this project as a quasi-theocracy rather than an absolute theocracy. In an absolute theocracy, there is no role for election. Rather, the jurists may claim that they get their power directly from the God. That is not the case. That has been not the case in Iranian political system. So this model actually is a shared version of Maududi's project. And this has dominated and actually I would say, had an effect on the Muslim world from 80s to 90s. And from 1990 onwards, there is a shift from theo-democracy to a new project called Islamic democracy, which was theorized by the famous Islamic political philosopher Rashid al-Ghannouchi, the leader of An-Nahda movement in Tunisia. And interestingly, in post-1990, I have mentioned in the presentation what's happened in 1990. You see, in 1990, the Soviet Union collapsed, so the liberal world was extending, and the liberalism and liberal democracy was started to, it became a movement and influencing many countries to liberalize, to democratize. So this has created a debate and challenge for the many political ideologies that they were more prone towards exclusivist authoritarian tendencies. Those liberal ascendancy and the evolution of liberal democracy after 1990, after the fall of Soviet Union, actually challenged some sort of an exclusive ideology, so push them to move towards more democratization. So within this context, Rashid al-Ghannouchi was thinking about the Islamic political thought. So he wanted to develop he criticized the theo-democratic model and develop an alternative one, which he called by himself Islamic democracy. And so in his project, what are the pillars? Again, he adopted the previous concept. God is the pillar of Islamic democracy. And how we communicate with the God? Through Sharia. He accepted that Sharia is the key source of legislation and key source of policy making in regulating the public affairs in Islamic democracy. But he argued that people, instead of jurists, or instead of Islamic ulamas, people comes next. He argued, interestingly, Sharia is embedded within the Muslim community. So if Muslim community is there, meaning to say they actually live with the Sharia. So Sharia is a lived reality with the Muslim community. So we don't need to Islamize the Muslim community. Rather, Muslim community in itself is carrying the spirit of Sharia. That is a ummatic essence, meaning it goes through ummah's bodies. So he argued. So he accepted democracy within the Muslim world, and he said that we don't need to Islamize. So we don't need to put any external pressure upon the Muslim community. Rather, Muslim community itself is Islamic. Muslim community is Muslim. Muslim community is Muslim, meaning to say they are carrying the spirit of Sharia. So just allowing the democracy to flourish means it automatically will become an Islamic democracy. And democracy within Muslims, they are not secular, so they are they are carrying the Sharia spirit. So when they act, they will act according to the Islamic limitations. So democracy within the Muslim world will be definitely an Islamic democracy, according to Rashid Al-Ghannouchi. This is his first important contribution to the debate. The second, he argued that democracy can be contextualized. There are values the liberal democracy trying to promote. There are methods of democracy. He said, yes, we don't agree with all the values of liberal democracy, but we can agree with the models of democracy. So Muslim community can adopt those models and appropriate those tools and mechanisms in light of their in light of their beliefs and values and their worldview. So democracy is not a religion that can compete with Islam. Rather, democracy is just an instrument to regulate the power. So it can work in any different context, regardless of religion, race, or any geographical differences. Democracy is very neutral set of tools. So that can be appropriated by the Muslims to develop an Islamic democracy. So when Muslims practice it, it becomes automatically an Islamic democracy. Why? Muslims, they are fundamentally carrying the spirit of Sharia. This is his argument. So he said we need to promote Islamic values rather laws. So in earlier Maududi or other model, Theocracy model, Islamic law discourse was dominating, implementing the law. Maududi also emphasized that Islamic State is the state that implement Islamic law. Islamic State in Shia variant also focused on implementing Islamic law. So Rashid Al-Ghannouchi actually challenged that concern. He said we shouldn't promote the concept of law, overemphasize the concept of law in Islamic State. Rather, Islamic State is a state that emphasizes Islamic values, Islamic ethics, Islamic principles, Islamic basic morality is being implemented. So he said that we need to focus more towards values rather than the laws. So these are his key aspects of his debate he developed in post-1990 context. And we see here is Asif Bayat, and he is as an anthropologist. He in post-2011, he analyzed the developments of Islamic democratic thought, and he found out that Islamic democratic thought is becoming a more and more liberalized, moving towards more and more liberalized end. He named this trend as post-Islamism, arguing that Islamic political movements are now gradually moving towards a post-Islamist tendency. He wrote about this in his famous book, Post-Islamism, The Changing Context and of Islamic movements, published by Oxford University Press. You can read that. He's an anthropologist from the US, and what was his arguing? He said Islamic movements are increasingly now they have started to reject the Islamic State concept as it was developed by the Maududi, as it was developed by the Khomeini, as a totalitarian ideology. And now Islamic movements are trying to advocate, according to Asif Bayat, in post-2000 context, those Islamic movements are trying to find a reconciliation between the Islamic principles and the governance, Islam democratic governance and the human rights. So now Islamic movements and Islamism increasingly trying to make an alliance with human rights discourses, democratic governance discourses, trying to say that there is no any substantial difference between Islamic value system and democracy and human rights. So there is a more or less there is a fusion of both is emerging out of the recent trends of Islamic movements. This is the observation of the Asif Bayat. He named this trend as post-Islamism. And he says Islamic movements are now increasingly becoming supporters of pluralism and diversity in political settings rather than exclusively presenting the discourse as an ideological project. So now these Islamists are trying to promote value-based understanding of Sharia and Islamic State. So this is, according to Asif Bayat, this is not what Maududi talked about. Now, these Islamists, modern Islamists, are moving from that project towards more liberalized version of Islamic State. Why this was happening in post-2000? Because of war on terror and the global war on terror and the impact it had on many countries in the Muslim world and also in the Muslim minority context. So this global dynamics has pushed many Muslim thinkers to argue that Islam is very close to democracy and Islam is almost there in human rights discourses. So he actually categorized this argument, his trend, as post-Islamist. And we have the final version of this debate. Actually, after you see this development after Arab Spring, again Rashid al-Ghannouchi came to the scene and he theorized, he actually critiqued his own concept, his own theory that which he was developed in post-1990s concept, and he critiqued that and rather reformulated it in a different concept called Muslim democracy. What is Muslim democracy? There are a few principles to become a Islamic democracy. You need to accept certain principles that make sure that you shift from Islamic democracy towards Muslim democracy. What are those pillars? One is you should endorse, Rashid al-Ghannouchi said, endorsing democracy unconditionally. We accept democracy as it is. We usually, Maududi and others usually say, yes, we accept democracy, but with limitation. Limitation is what? Limitation is Sharia. Sharia will limit the democracy. But Rashid al-Ghannouchi said, no, we need to accept Muslim democracy unconditionally. He accepted that. He said democracy in any context will never go against the Sharia because people who are living in the Muslim world are Muslims, so they wouldn't go against Sharia. So why do we want to be so why do we need to bring the discourse of Sharia into democracy? No use, because there are Muslims, we are Muslims, so we are going to always to respect Sharia. So we should endorse democracy unconditionally. This is his first point that he's made. Second, this is a very key point. Accepting the different political ideas and ideologies as a reality. He accepted it. He said he never considered any other secular, nationalist or liberal political ideology as a counterforce to his project. Rather, he said all these different ideologies are there and we need to accept that as a reality and we need to work with them to find a common space for the betterment of the country. And so again, the third important point that he made in his very famous talk, famous piece actually he wrote to the Foreign Affairs, declaring his ideological change, which is Muslim democracy. In that article, he says that he accepts pluralism as a reality, and he actually emphasized accepting the plurality of views more than emphasizing the importance of mentioning Sharia in the constitutional arrangement. So he said, he said that he is ready to keep his silence over the in terms of inserting Sharia in the constitution. Rather, he says we don't need to emphasize that point. We can accept that there are plurality of views with regard to Sharia, and so it is okay that constitution didn't mention anything about Sharia. Rather, it is our commitment, according to him, towards pluralism, diversity, and respect the different views of the citizens. The fourth aspect of Muslim democracy is accepting mainstream discourses of human rights and equality, mainly the liberal conception. He said those conceptions are very close to Islam and Islamic principles such as Maqasid al-Sharia. So as Muslim Democrats, he said that he is ready to accept that. Then what differentiates himself? Does he become liberal? I don't think so. He said still his project is to develop a concept of Islamic concept of state based on Islamic values and based on Islamic ethics. So he still frames his project as an Islamic rooted in Quran and Sunnah, but the interpretation is different. He is more into a different interpretation on those concepts. So this is a kind of a new development with regard to Islamic political thought, the concept of Muslim democracy, that actually as communists have their own project, liberals have their own project, nationalists have their own project, they say the Muslim Democrats have their own project, which is to bring Islamic values into the governance rather than building an Islamic state per se. This is the project of Muslim Democrats. And if any one of you wanted to read this new development of Islamic political thought, I would recommend his own writing that he published in Foreign Affairs, a very famous article before in around 2016 and 17, and the article is still available in online. You can read. So he actually critiquing his own ideas previously. Then he said that he is making a shift towards a new concept called Muslim democracy. So the key factors that shaped the modern Islamic political thought for the last 100 years. Now we are in 1924. Actually, the modern Islamic political thought emerged after the fall of Caliphate in 1924. We are 100 years now. So for across 100 years, we have seen many developments: theodemocracy, quasi-theocracy, Islamic democracy, post-Islamism, and Muslim democracy. So key factors that shaped the modern Islamic political thought. We have 5 different major schools of thought. What are the factors that actually contributed to the evolution and the developments of these schools? I have found 3 key important factors. One is global geopolitics has never before been a key influential factor shaping the trajectory and the dynamics of Islamic political thought. You see, after the emergence of nation state, Maududi's thought got currency. And you see, after the 1979 Iranian Revolution, then the quasi-theocracy emerged and, impacted on the Muslim world. And the fall of Soviet Union then again contributed to the development of idea of Islamic democracy. The war on terror has again shaped the discourses of post-Islamism. The Arab Spring actually and the dynamics revolved around that Arab Spring, and the global geopolitical responses and the regional responses actually contributed to the emergence of Muslim democratic discourse. So the geopolitics and politics always there shaping the Islamic political thought. Another factor is impact of social pluralism. When the Maududi was developing his concept, actually he thought the entire Muslim world would be homogeneous. They believe in God, they believe in certain things. So those fundamental beliefs, he took those fundamental beliefs as took for granted, thinking that Islamic State would, every Muslim would love those Islamic State, those values of Islamic State. So he thought like that. There would be no difference of opinion with regard to how to theorize and how to fix the law, the role of Islamic law in the country and policy governance. He thought there will be no such difference of opinions in the Muslim community, given that they believe in fundamental pillars of Islam. But increasingly, Islamic political thinkers came to know that there are more diverse opinions. There were more difference of people, and they are even Muslims, but in certain things they are more rooted on secular understanding, liberal understanding, nationalist understanding. In certain things they are more close to Islam. So you see, here are diverse people, different ideas, different schools of thought. So the Islamic political thinkers increasingly became aware of these differences. So according to those differences, they try to develop and try to reform their own concept, such as the one that you can see that in the life of even Rashid al-Ghannouchi, he supported Islamic democracy. Then after Arab Spring, when he came to Tunisia from UK, the scene was totally different. It's totally different. People were some segment of the Muslims are very secular, some were very liberal, nationalistic, socialistic. So Muslims, though everyone claiming they are Muslims, but here different ideologies are contesting. So he has to face that reality. Those realities, the awareness of social pluralism pushed the Islamic thinkers to further reflect on their idea and develop their initial conceptions. So social pluralism is another key. Awareness of the social pluralism, inter and interreligious dynamics actually shaped Islamic political thought. The third is the evolution of Islamic thought itself. For example, the emerging discourses such as Maqasid al-Sharia, Islamic ethics, and you see comparative Islamic legal theories. These are the recent developments, or at least for the last 50 years, there were much developments in other Islamic sciences, like in jurisprudence, in Maqasid, and all the other sciences were developed. These ideas were also influenced the Islamic political thought immensely. So, I do not believe in single theory fallacy that any particular factor has contributed to this evolution. Rather, taking into account all this combination of factors, geopolitics, awareness of Islamic political parties themselves about their social context, and also the evolution of Islamic thought, together has shaped the modern Islamic political thought for the last 100 years. So this is the current dynamics. This is where we are standing today in Islamic political thought. So we should remain observing how this trend is further improving in the near future. And thank you very much for your attention. There is one question that I would like to answer, and I conclude my session since it's 1940, already 11:47. Can you make a brief, short briefing between Islamic democracy and Muslim democracy? Yes, Islamic democracy is actually developed by Ghannouchi in 1990. Still believed that establishing an Islamic state is possible, and but in Muslim democracy, Muslim Democrats actually dropped that expectation. They no longer believe that establishing an Islamic state is possible within Muslim world. Rather, they say that what is possible is Muslim democracy, meaning to say Islamic movements or parties can influence the policy making of a country from in light of Islamic values. Rather, that is not the end game, is not to convert it into an Islamic state. Muslim Democrats actually do not try to establish Islamic state. They want state, it's a neutral state, but being as a Muslim Democrats, they are always being shaped, their policies always been shaped by the Islamic primary sources. So they try as much as possible to influence the policies of a country from Islamic value perspectives. So this is the difference. This is the difference. Islamic Democrats, they believe in Islamic State concept. They think that Islamic State can be built, but based on democratic, fundamentals. But Muslim Democrats didn't believe in Islamic State. Rather, they believe a neutral state. But Muslim political movements, Islamic political movements, can participate in that process and contribute to the policy making from the Islamic worldview. This is the key difference. This is the key difference. What actually shaped the difference? Arab Spring.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Inshallah,
Thank
see you
you.
next session, inshallah. Dr. Soleha?
Yes, sister. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. What happened here? Okay. Just now in my screen there appears something.
Right.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, sister.
This is the first time for you to present in online short courses. Inshallah, we will hear from you that the topics regarding the sociology. The topic will be classical and contemporary theory of sociology. So that with that, I want to introduce a brief biodata of Assistant Professor Dr. Sohela Mustari. She is an esteemed academic and research renowned for the outstanding contribution to the social science field. She held the academic advisor position at the Department of Sociology and Anthropology. She specialized in environmental disaster. She's earned her PhD in sociology from the International Islamic University, Malaysia, where her groundbreaking thesis on climate change and the life of coastal communities generate widespread acclaim. With around 10 years of academic experience, Dr. Sohela Mustari has held pivotal roles, including academic advisor in her present workplace. The head of the department, the director of the research center in the previous workplace. Her research is focused on the contemporary social problem of permaculture, climate change and agriculture, migration and women's health. Her research focused on the qualitative and quantitative approach to unveiling social reality. With that, Doctor, we have 45 minutes for you to present regarding the classical and contemporary thesis in sociology. فليتفضل مأجورة, Doctor.
Thank you so much, sister. That the voice is clear, right? The sound is okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Doctor, yes.
All right. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. This is my first class with you. So hopefully it will be okay, because I have to present the classical and contemporary theories in sociology, which is itself a big area of discussion. But I have to complete this only in 45 minutes. So I hope that I can touch few of the themes from this classical and contemporary theories in sociology. And to describe and to analyze this huge area, I try to divide it into two parts. That is that I will focus some theories from the Western perspective and some theories from the Islamic perspective, so that our audience, those who are with me today from different parts of the world, can understand both the Western perspective of sociology and also the Islamic perspective of sociology. So that is why I have designed my presentation today by focusing the first task that I am going to do to show the differentiation between these two perspectives. Okay, and after that, I will focus few theories, especially on Karl Marx theory, Max Weber theory, and Emil Durkheim's theory from the Western perspective, and also some Islamic theories, Islamic perspective from sociological theory, that is Ali Shariati, Muhammad Naqib al-Atas, and also Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman's theory. All right, so as I said, that I will try to show first that what is the differentiation in general, the foundation, okay, that in terms of epistemology, the Western perspective of sociology tried to focus on the secular perspective. It depends, or it relies on empirical evidence, rational inquiry, and scientific methods. Whereas the Islamic perspective of sociology, its epistemology, it combines the revelation, both the Quran and Hadith, with the rational inquiry, emphasizing the moral and ethical dimensions. If we shift our focus on the ontology, we will see that Western perspective of sociology, their ontological focus is mostly on the materialism, okay? And some cases, they focus on the interpretism and also the functionalism. If we look at Karl Marx, Max Weber, and Durkheim works, later we will see on these. Whereas if we shift our focus on Islamic perspective, we will see that their ontological emphases are mostly on the Tawhidic perspective, okay, where we believe that the oneness of God as a fundamental principle that shapes our social life, okay. We are moving to the view on nature, that how is the view of Western perspective of sociological theory, that their human nature, they think that humans are shaped by social structures, okay, social values and collective norms. Whereas Islamic perspective, they think that humans are seen as the Khalifa, okay, they are the stewards of God, and they are responsible for ethical and spiritual duties. All right. So here we can see that they are this Western perspective and Islamic perspective. They have the religion keeps a great importance or great role in dividing or in differentiating their views. So we will see now that what they think about religion in their theoretical position. So the Western perspective, they think that religion is just seen as a social construct. It is constructed by the society, okay? It has some functions, it has some ideological rules, whereas the Islamic perspective, the sociologists think that religion is a comprehensive way of life, guiding by individual behavior and societal structures. So religion is the key functional elements. Okay, so where that approach of social order. So in sociology, social order, the social order is the basic things that what we are doing to keep the social orders in smooth or in functional. Okay, so what these two approach think about the social order. The first one, that the Western perspective, they think that social order is maintained through the structures like economic, politics, and even the shared values. Whereas the Islamic perspective of sociology, they think that social order is based on Sharia, the Islamic law, emphasizing the justice, morality, and community well-being. Okay, so we can see in some point they have the common understanding, in some point they have the differences as well. So we are moving forward to the next slides, where in this part, after understanding or getting the foundation, the understanding that what is their view, that means that that Western perspective, their key views, and the Islamic perspective, their key views about the society. Now we will see in specific that what Karl Marx or Emil Durkheim and Max Weber, they are the key figures in sociology from the Western perspective. What they said about that sociology. We will see some of their theories. We will try to understand their methodology in some point, and then we will understand that how they describe the religion or other institution. Okay, for example, that Karl Marx, as we know that he is one of the prominent sociologists, though he didn't use the term sociology in his theory, nowhere he didn't use. However, he was one of the prominent philosopher. Later, he is considered the economist as well, but his work is so prominent in social area that later he is considered as one of the prominent sociologists as well. So his focus was mostly on the economics, as we say that economics. He talked about the politics, social structures, and when he gave these theories, he used the term religion, though he didn't give any specific theory on religion. Okay, so we will see that his worldview or his basic, the foundation, he talked about the material condition. He moved his theory, his understanding from Hegel's, his master, that Hegel's ideology, that he talked about the conflict of idea. He moved from there and he talked about the conflict of matter. Okay, so material conditions, class struggles, capitalism, all these things were his main target of discussion. Okay, and to discuss all these things, he used the term religion. Okay, so we will see that one also, that as I said, that his main focus was to talk about the historical materialism, and here he focuses on the role of economy. Okay, he focuses on the role of economic structures in shaping society, and he sees history as a series of class struggle driven by material interest, culminating in a classless society. So he divided the society into historical stages. For example, he started the society. He said that the early stage of the society was a classless society. That was a primitive society where the inequality was a very simple level. Okay, maybe in terms of gender only in terms of age only. So he said that this inequality was very basic. However, when the society changes, gradually becoming or coming to the capitalist society, it is very much conflicting theory, or their inequality is so high. He talked about the slaverism, he talked about feudalism, and he all the time, and later he talked about the capitalism society. And in every society, he showed that there are two types of class. Okay, that one is powerful class and another one is powerless class, and these two class always in conflict because of their economy. That both of the groups or both of the class, they try to maintain their social status or social economic power, and that's why they use both the groups of class. They use the religion. Okay, so especially the powerful group. Okay, so in specific, he talked about the capitalist society, and he said that the capitalist or the bourgeois class, they try to use this religion as one of the weapon, okay, to control the powerless people. And that's why he used one statement, that is the opium of the people. Opium is a drug, right? So this drug, he said that a religion works like this drug, that whenever people inhale or take this drug, what happens? That people are in sleeping mode, in dreaming mode. So these people, when someone is, according to Karl Marx, that someone is religious, that means these people are taking the opium, and they are just keeping themselves so comfortable that okay, this we are suffering here, but we have another life hereafter, so we will enjoy the life. And that both groups, both class, that is the bourgeois and proletariat, both class are using this religion to be comfortable, to maintain their social position. However, Karl Marx said that this situation cannot be continued. The society will change. Sorry. So, how the society will change? He said that with the revelation. And this revelation, he said that this revelation must be what? The bloody revelation. So that powerless people, they will overthrow the capitalist system, and they will establish the socialism. And he said that that is the actual equal society. Okay, so there will be no class anymore. So that was Karl Marx discussion. So that his end goal was that to establish a classless communist society, and there will be no exploitation anymore. Okay, so we are moving to Max Weber. Actually, this Karl Marx is a huge area of discussion, but we need to move forward. We are going to Max Weber. He's also one of the prominent sociologists in sociology, based on that Western perspective. And here, unlike that Karl Marx, he emphasized, yes, he has given importance on economic determinism, but together with that, he talked about that power and prestige. He said that not only the property or the economic matter, but also the power, that those who are powerfully, maybe someone is politician, he is not he doesn't have the property, but he is powerful, so he can access his power and can be one of the upper class people in the society. So that means that he emphasized economic determinism, and also he took a more nuanced approach that included culture, ideas, individual motivation in shaping the social action. Okay, so he talked about that social action theory and also the rationalization. He said that the people are rational people, so they know that how to explore that individual action. Through the individual action, he knows that the meaning and the values of the society, and he performs the rational behavior. Okay, so he started to know that how this behavior or rationalization happens. He talked about the Protestant ethics, and he links the religious beliefs to the development of capitalism. Okay, so he said that capitalism is a rational behavior. Okay, so this capitalism that he talked about, the Protestant ethics, though are the follower of the Protestant ethics, those who have these values, they are more capitalist, they are more active, they are more rational. So they will choose and go for the capitalism. So his views on religion, how was his views on about religion? That the religion can be a catalyst for social change, as seen in how Protestantism promoted capitalism through the values of hard work and thrift and asceticism. Okay, so as I said, that religion, that Protestant ethic, they are rational. So they have because they are, according to him, that their religion trained them that how to be rational, and as their religion trained them to be rational, they go for the capitalism because they are hard workers. So those who are hard workers, they can go and change their luck. Okay, so they say that this capitalism is not just this is he is unlike Karl Marx. That Karl Marx said that capitalism is a phase where the inequality is in its high peak, whereas Max Weber said that capitalism are those who are rational. Okay, so he talked about that. He talked about the social change as well, and to do that, he emphasizes the process of rationalization, where traditional values give way to bureaucracy, efficiency, and secularization. So he talked about all these terms. So that is that in brief. If we just bring the summary of Max Weber's work, we can see that he said that the end goal of the society will be to understand the society through the meaning of individuals' attachment to their actions rather than purely material conditions. Okay, so he says that the social change will be the influence by cultural factor, charismatic. He talked about the charismatic leaderships and the rationalization process also. Okay, so charismatic leadership. He gave emphasis on this that though sometimes that maybe they are not rational in apparently, but these charismatic leaders have great influence on changing the society. Okay, so we are moving to Emil Durkheim. He is considered as one of the modern father of sociology. Okay, why he is considered as one of the modern father or as one of the founding father of sociology? Because previously, if you can recall our colleague Dr. Iyad's class in last week, you can maybe some of you were there, so you can remember that he said that from Muslim perspective, that though Ibn Khaldun has did sociological research in his Muqaddimah, but the Western people didn't accept it, and they don't want to give the acknowledgement that he's the father of sociology and anthropology. However, why did some of the Sorokin and some other sociologists, they mentioned that yes, Ibn Khaldun has the contribution, but actually most of them didn't. So in that case, if we consider that Emil Durkheim is very much acknowledged as the father of sociology. Why? Because he is the first person who established sociology as a different department in many of the university in the West. Okay, and he is the first person who used the modern modern research methodology in learning the social issues. Okay, especially the even that he did the research on knowing that why some people commit suicide. Okay, so he used the scientific methodology to know this suicide. Okay, so that is why that as he has great contribution in terms of establishing sociology as a separate department in many of the universities, and at the same time as he has used that modern scientific methodology to know the social issues, social problems. So he is considered as one of the founding father of modern sociology. Though previously many other like August Poot and many others coined the term, but his contribution is even more than them in some way. So his contribution, he has great contribution in establishing the functionalism perspective. What is that functional perspective? He says that functionalism examines how social institutions like religion, family contribute to social cohesion and stability. Okay, he saw that the society is maintaining the social cohesion, okay, social stability, social order. So his main view was that his concept was social conscience, okay, reflects shared beliefs and that bind the society, that we have some common belief in the society, and those belief, all of us in the society, we follow this, we maintain or we carry those common beliefs, and that's why the social stability remains. Okay, so his views was like that. regarding the functionalism. And then he talked about the religion. He has one theory on religion. But I must mention here that he was not a believer, means that he was personally, he was an atheist, okay, and he was a non-believer, even though his family was a strong believer, but a strong believer of their own religion, not, of course, not Islam. But when he became the teenager, early teenage, he shifted and moved his belief from their parents, and he established his own belief about religion. Okay. However, even though he was not a believer, but it is a matter of interest that he did research on religion. Okay, because he thought that the religion has or religion serves as a source of social solidarity. Even though he was not a practitioner, a religious person, but he thinks that religion binds, as he said, that social cohesion. His interest was social cohesion. So he said that this cohesion or stability or social solidarity can be maintained through the religion. Okay, so he said at the end that social change happens, that it emphasizes the gradual change, not like Karl Marx, that it will be the revolutionary change, that bloody revolution will happen. People will come, that proletariat people or the workers will come forward, and they will, some of them will die. They will fight, and bloody revolution will happen. The change will happen. Durkheim's understanding was not like that. Rather, he said that, he said that yes, the society will change, but these changes take place gradually, okay, not all on a sudden. Okay, and that's why he emphasizes the gradual change through evolving social norms and institutions, focusing on maintaining social cohesion. He said that some of the norms need to be changed. Why? He said, again, he gave emphasis on the social order, because we need to adjust with the social order. So these are the three key figures that I brought for you from the Western perspective, where we can see that all of them have used religion as one of the key points, but this religion, their understanding about the religion is from the epistemological or from the ontological perspective, it is very much Western, non-Islamic, and secular. Okay, so we will move to the Islamic sociologist or Islamic perspective from a sociological point of view, to see that how these Muslim scholars, how they want to see sociology as a discipline. What was their focus in terms of religion in describing the social issues. Okay, so now we are moving to the sociology of Ali Shariati. Okay, that Ali Shariati, who was he? He was one of the prominent Iranian sociologists or revolutionary thinkers and Islamic scholar. He is known for blending Islamic thought with the sociological analysis to address the social, cultural, and political issues in his time, particularly in the context of Iran and the broader Muslim world. Okay, so he blended. Okay, he blended the two ideology. Okay, so Shariati's work focused on the role of religion in social change. Okay, the critic of Western, however, he was very much critic on the Western imperialism, that he says that West always keeps pressure on the Muslim society to follow them entirely. So this should not be. Okay, and the restoration of Islamic, he focused on the restoration of Islamic values to achieve the social justice. Okay, so his sociological worldview is a unique fusion of Islamic principles with critical sociological theories, making him one of the most influential intellectuals in contemporary Islamic thought. Okay, so that is why that if we look up what he talked about the Islamic humanism or social justice, we will see that he emphasizes Islam as a force of liberation against oppression. Okay, only Islam can give us that. Karl Marx, when he said that equal or inequality-free society, he said that only Islam can give us that social justice or oppression-free society. Okay, and for that he just combines the religious principles with a call for social justice. Why we need these religious principles according to Ali Shariati? Because only then we will get the social justice. Okay, so he has a specific focus on religion. He said religion is a tool for empowerment and resistance, not just a spiritual practice, but a means to achieve social and political justice. So he also he is very, his ideology in some perspective very close to Karl Marx, because he also talked for the revolution. Okay, however, his revolution was Islamic revolution, by using the Islam or the religion as a tools for revolution. We can establish the justice, social justice in the society. He talked about that. And that is why when he, in specific, he talked for social change, he calls for an Islamic revolution. And this Islamic revolution can challenge both. Why he calls this Islamic revolution? Because he thinks that it will challenge the Western capitalism and Marxist materialism. Okay, that's why he promote that this Islamic revolution, where the foundation will be the Tawhidic social order. Okay, the oneness of God. Okay, so this was the Ali Shariati's sociological view that from Islamic perspective, and that is the thing that his religious view was very much revolutionary. That is the key thing. Okay, that only Islam, if we use the Islam as a revolutionary force, only then we can change the society and we will establish the liberation. Okay, so means he wanted to come out from the Western influence. Okay, so where he said that Western is giving too much pressure on the Muslim society to change their view, and he said that this is not justified. Okay, so that was the Shariatist sociology. Now we are moving to the sociological explanation of Sayyid Naqib al-Atas. Okay, so he is a very much contemporary Muslim society sociologist or Muslim scholar, and he is one of the prominent Malaysian scholar, philosopher, and Islamic thinker, and he is known for his profound contribution to Islamic philosophy, education, and education and the sociology of knowledge. His work is centered on the Islamization of knowledge. Those who knows about IIUM, you know that in our university, we are focusing on this Islamization of knowledge as well. Okay, so his work is centered on the Islamization of knowledge, the role of religion in shaping human consciousness. Okay, and the construction of an Islamic worldview in response to Western modernity. Okay, Al-Atas, what he said, that he is, as I said, that he's one of the key figures in contemporary Islamic thought. He advocates for a return to authentic Islamic principles to address the spiritual, intellectual, and social challenges faced by Muslim world today. He said that we need to know the problems of the Muslim people by using the Islamic principles, that how far we are, okay, from the Islamic principles, and we can use the Western philosophy also. There is no problem in it. Okay, so when he in specific he talked about the term Islamization of knowledge, he focuses on integrating Okay, integrating the Islamic principles into modern education and knowledge system. Okay, so this is that we are not saying that we should not learn Karl Marx, we should not Max Weber, we should not know Max Weber or Emil Durkheim. We will learn them, okay? And if it is not contradictory with the Islamic ethics, then we can use them as well, okay? So his Islamization of knowledge focuses on the integrating Islamic principles into the modern education. Okay, and he is critics the secular foundation of Western social sciences, as we said that we can take them, but if it is too much what the secular position, we cannot use it in knowing the Muslim society. Okay, in using the Muslim or Islamic sociology. Okay, his view on religion, and we can see that he has used this religion in his theory, and his religion is central to all aspects of life. Okay, so this is the basic one, that this is the central point or aspects. Okay, in to use it in our everyday life, including even the knowledge and education. Okay, so that is not that we will just religion is only for to pray 5 times, not like that. It is he said that even in your knowledge and education sector, you have to use this religion. Okay, that religion gives the key direction. Okay, so for him, for the Muslim, it is Islam, which provides a comprehensive framework for understanding the reality. Okay, so he talked about the social change as well, and he advocates for a return to Islamic epistemology. If we go back to the first slides where we showed the differentiation between the Islamic epistemology and the Western epistemology, and Anaqib Al-Atas talked about the Islamic epistemology, that the present sociology, or that is very much influenced by the Western sociology, we need to go back to the Islamic epistemology for the using it in the Islamic sociology or Islamic perspective of sociology. Okay, so he talked about this Islamic epistemology to address the moral and spiritual cries of modern societies. Okay, so modern society, we need to know, if we want to know the modern society's problem. Okay, so we need to understand, we need to use the Islamic epistemology, not only the Western epistemology. Okay, and you know that we all know that when and why sociology as a discipline emerged in the academia. Okay, so if we go back that to that previous time, the Datin time, that after the capitalism, after the industrialization in Europe, when the society faces very new and uncommon problems like the slum problem, like the housing problem, like the family crisis problem, like the very the migration problem, or even child labor problem. Then even some health problem like HIV/AIDS and many things. These were the result of what? These were the result of industrialization. Okay, so as the industrialization emerged, this kind of new problem happened in the society. So the Western academics or Western scholars try to understand these problems by using their own epistemology, their Western epistemology. Here the Muslim scholars, they try to say that yes, they did their part, but we the Muslims that Muslim society are facing this kind of problem too. So we need to understand, we need to use the Islamic epistemology to understand the modern societies, to the modern problem. As here we can use the example of doing suicide. Apparently, this is a haram, right? That suicide is a haram for the Muslims. But look at the social problems. We can see that many of the Muslims nowadays are committing this suicide. And why and how can we know this problem? Okay, so but if we follow the Islamic scholars' view and guidelines, we can use the Islamic epistemology to know this kind of problem, and that the Muslim society are facing the problem like the divorce. Okay, so that old home. This is the requirement nowadays in modern society, that old people are that we are sending our parents to the old home, old shelter, or shelter home, or whatever we call in our own society. So we need to know these social problems, that by using the Islamic epistemology, we cannot understand the Muslim society's problem by using the Western philosophy, or by using the Western epistemology. So they say that these Islamic scholars, they are saying that if we want to know the reality of the Muslim society, we need to use the Islamic epistemology. Otherwise, we cannot understand the true reasons of this modern crisis. Okay, so that is why that in short, if we say something about Naqib al-Atas, that he talked about the human nature. He said that humans are spiritual beings with a divine purpose. Okay, so we know the Muslims, what is our nature, why we are here, because we have the divine purpose and potential for moral excellence. Okay, and he talked about the social structure. The society should be organized based on principles of justice, ethics, and spirituality. All right, and he talked about the social dynamics also, that it is driven by the struggle between Islamic values and secular influences. Okay, so that is the dynamic, the reality of today's society, that it is driven by the struggle. We are struggling, okay, between the Islamic values and secular influence. And what is the role of religion here? So Naqib al-Atas gave the direction in his writings that Islam provides a comprehensive worldview that guides all aspects of life, including knowledge, morality, governance. Whatever you want to talk about the politics, it is part of society. So you want to, you will get the guidelines in Islam. Okay, you want to know how will be your curriculum, how will be your education. Okay, so the guideline is in Islam, in your religion. Okay, and even how will be your family life, how you want to guide your children, how you want to look after your parents. All the things are available, guidelines are available in Islam. So that is why that this is the point, that Islam will be the worldview for to know the social issues. And then Naqib al-Atas talked about the social change as well, that can be achieved through Islamization of knowledge, Islamization of education, Islamization of culture. Okay, so where he talked about the blending. Okay, blending where is needed. Okay, so the end goal of his thesis or theory of his view is to the realization of just, ethical, and spiritually fulfilled society aligned with Islamic values. Okay, so that is his end goal, that where the ethical, spirituality, everything will be aligned with Islamic values. Okay, we are moving to our last theorist, and that is that Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, that his focus also on Islamic social justice and Shura, okay, but that emphasizes Islamic principles, okay, principles in political and social life. Yes, I must say that some of the theories that I'm discussing, many of them didn't use the sociology in their own theory. However, as their theories are very much aligned with sociological discussion, so we know them, or we need to study them, or we need to consider them as the sociologists as well. So one of them is Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman. That I must add here that he was the second rector of IIM, and he's under his name we named our own kulia that previously it was the Islamic Review Knowledge and Human Sciences. That was the kulia name, but now it is in front of this name that Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman's Professor Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman's names are there, and now it is in short we call it AHAS IKHS, means that Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman is Kulia of Islamic Review Knowledge and Human Sciences. Okay, so his we will see that how is his theory, that he emphasizes Islamic principles in political and social life, advocating for governance based on justice, consultation, and ethical leadership. So he used religion also in his theory, in his writings, that religion is essential for social cohesion and governance. So like that Emil Durkheim previously we saw in our Western worldview, there we found that he talked about the cohesion, he talked about that solidarity, and here we see that Professor Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman also talked about the social cohesion and governance, but he said that religion and of course that the Sharia law, okay, that with the Sharia providing guidelines can be established by using this Sharia law in the society, we can establish that cohesion, we can establish the social justice and moral conduct for the people of the society. And he talked about the social change as well. So his explanation of social change, he said that it is advocates for reforming Muslim societies based on Islamic principles, integrating shura into political systems to promote social justice. Okay, so this is how he explained his theory, that how we can establish social justice in our society by using the Muslims integrating the shura in our political system. Okay, so in our previous presenters we learned a lot about the political thoughts. So and we saw that how the political thoughts are even though they are giving the Islamic thoughts, but still they are very much different from one another, right? That the Islamic democracy and many other things. So here Abu Sulaiman, he said that that whatever the political system, we need to, for the Muslims, we need to integrate the shura here. Okay, so in a short, if we just wrap the understanding or the theory of Professor Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, we will see that he talked about the human nature. He said that human are moral and rational beings. Okay, with a responsibility to uphold justice and social welfare. So rational, when I'm using the term rational being, I can remember that the Western theorist, sociologist Max Weber also talked about the rationalization. Okay, that people or the member of the society, they are rational, and according to him, that people are those people who are the follower of Protestant ethics, they are mostly the rational, and they are mostly that's why, as they are rational, they are going for the capitalism. Here Professor Sulaiman also talked about that rational beings, the people of the society, they are rational beings, and they can uphold the justice and social welfare, but this is from the Islamic perspective. Okay, so when he talked about the social structure, Professor Sulaiman, we are talking about Professor Sulaiman's theory. So he talked about the social structure, and he said that society should be based on Islamic principles of justice, ethics, and collective responsibility. Okay, so here also that Islamic, whatever modern society or whatever the present condition, the miseries we can see among the Muslims. The Muslims are nowadays, especially the kids. If we look at the kids of today's Muslim society, we will see that they are really confused generation. Okay, so to overcome all these, he said that our the society must be based on Islamic principles, which can be justice, establish the justice, ethics, and collective responsibility. That what is our responsibility? Even we have the responsibility, the society has the responsibility. In Islam, it is stated every member's responsibility. Okay, that what you have to do for certain group of people, even for the kids, that being a mother, being a father, being a brother, what is your responsibility towards the kids? So if you follow the Islamic principles, that the problem that we are facing nowadays, that confusion generation, definitely it will not be. That kids will also will know that what is their responsibility being a Muslim, being a member of the society. Okay, so social dynamics that are driven by the need or for reform and renewal, to align society with Islamic values. So we need to reform and renewal, okay, and align the things, the need, that based on the necessity. That's just before I said that that is the necessity of the current society, that our generation, our future generation, our young generation, they are confused. They do not know that what we do. Okay, so this is, if we identify that the Muslim society is facing this kind of problem, we have to we have to look for the necessity, that what should we do to align this problem, to solve this problem. We need to align with the Islamic values. Okay, so the guideline will be taken from the Islamic values, nothing from no other sources. Okay, so here he talked about that role. What will be the role of religion in this case? So the role of religion, he talked about Islam, and he said that Islam is a comprehensive way of life that guides all aspects of human existence, including social, economic, and political spheres. Okay, nowadays the word sustainability is very popular, right? That the sustainability, it is talking about the inclusion of each and every one. Should be included. But if we look at our Islam, we can see that it is already a comprehensive way of life. It has everything. Everything is there. No one is excluded here. So we can, if we follow the Islam as a way of our life, it can give us all the guidelines of our human existence, including this is the social issues, this is the economic issues, or the political issues. All the guidelines are available in our Islam. So Professor Sulaiman, he talked about this, that the role of religion, it has great role in solving the social problems, and it will be a guideline because it is a comprehensive guideline. The Islam, the religion that we have, that is the complete religion that we can use this to solve our social problems. Okay, so he talked about the social change, and he said that the social change can be achieved through the Islamization of knowledge, educational reform, and moral rejuvenation. Okay, so he also talked about the Islamization of knowledge. He talked about that we need to understand the current problem, and we have to blend, if needed, some of the things that is suitable. It is already there. We can take that and we will adjust with we will take the guideline from Islam. Okay, so the end goal will be the establishing why we want to do this, why he talked about this that social change or reformation, because the end goal of his theory or his writing was to establish a just, ethical, and prosperous society rooted in Islamic principles, capable of engaging with modernity on its own terms. Okay, so sometimes we make in our daily life we say that if you are a good scholar, Muslim scholar, that doesn't mean you are a sociologist or you are a political scientist. If you are Muslim, that doesn't mean that you will know only the Western perspective. You have to know the Islamic sociology as well. You have to know the contemporary what the other world is thinking and what is your own society. You have to know both. Then it will be a comprehensive knowledge. So that is the thing. So in summary, if we the 6 theories, I know that this is too much for 45 minutes learning, 45 minutes session, because we sometimes we teach our students that only the Karl Marx in 3 weeks, 3 weeks for Karl Marx, 3 other weeks for Max Weber or Emil Durkheim. So in 45 minutes, I am blending, I am giving the food but in 45 minutes with this heavyweight theory. So I know that this is too much, but still we can, if we learn something, that the basic thing that yes, they have the Western philosophy, we have the Islamic philosophy, and if that is already something is there in Western philosophy, we can take them, but our main basic, the foundation will be our Islam, that is Al-Quran and Sunnah, and based on that we will see the other world as well. Okay, so here that the summary that I can put, that is that Karl Marx, his views on society was very much conflict driven by class struggle, that we saw that in everywhere he talked about the class struggle, the two classes are fighting always, okay, for their own own profit, own gain, okay, that those who are powerful, in the capitalist society, he said that it is that bourgeois class who always want to keep the profit in him. On the other hand, the proletariat also, they are, though at the beginning they are so they don't have the consciousness, they have the alienation, all these things they don't understand because they were given the opium, okay, that you just sleep and do work and you will get some ways. So, but later he talked about that after one time they will overthrow that capitalist, that with that religious religious beliefs or religious opium, and then the that revolutionary change will happen, and they will establish one classless society. There will be no class anymore in communism. Whereas if we see that Ali Shariati, we can see some of the common thing between, because both of them talked about the revolution. But here the Ali Shariati, if we compare side by side with Karl Marx, we will see that his view on society was based on justice and inspired by Islamic values, okay? And his religion, his religious belief, he thinks that religion is the tool for social liberation. And for that, we need to establish the social justice. We need to do the revelation, but this revelation is Islamic revelation, okay? And he says that if we can do the revelation, only then the spiritual and through the spiritual and political activism we can establish a just society, okay? So here we saw that both of them talked about the revolution, and one is Western bloody revolution, another one is Islamic revolution. And then we are moving to see the wrapping things, the Max Weber and Naqib al-Athas, that Max Weber talked about the rationalization and bureaucracy, and he is a catalyst for economic behavior and bureaucratic and legal authority. He talked about bureaucratic and legal authority. He said that bureaucracy, we know that how bureaucratic life is, right? That he talked about that that ideal type, okay, that we will see that what is the best example, and we will check that where we are, okay? So this is his methodology of knowing any society that are based on the ideal type, ideal scales, we will see that if this is that West is the ideal type, we will check that how is our society, how far we are from the West, if we consider them as the ideal type society. Okay. However, that from that. Naqib al-Atas, what he said, that we will blend. Okay, that means that if something is good in that society, which is not conflicting with our Islamic ethos, then we will take that one. But our main foundation will be Islamic. Okay, and our knowledge, especially, we need to education at that thing. We should implement the Islamic values, Islamic ethics in our religion. That is the best we should do for the Muslim community. Okay, and the last two, that is the Aini Durkheim with Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, that they talked about the social cohesion in through the institution. And here, before I forget that here there is a very much debate. I'm not giving any solution for that debate, but I will giving you thought maybe that we can thought as well that what can be the answer. That is that some people considered, some people means that especially that from the Western perspective, they say that religion is an institution, whereas many Muslims don't want to agree with this, that religion is an institution. Is it or not? Okay, so I will maybe some of you can answer or give your views in the comment box, in the chat box, that what do you think, that religion is an institution or not? If not, why? If yes, why? All right. So what we are at the end of our discussion. That is the Emil Durkheim. He talked about the social cohesion through the institutions, and he talked about the social solidarity. He talked about that we have the common values, we have the common beliefs, and that is why, as we have in the society, we have the common values and beliefs, we can maintain our social solidarity. Okay, so he termed them as the social conscience. Okay, and this we change the society, but not like that revolution society. It is an evolution. Gradually the society change. Okay, and finally the Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, he also talked about social justice based on Islamic governance. Okay, and foundation for ethical governance, we have to that who can give this foundation? Religion. According to Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman, religion can give us the foundation for ethical governance. Okay, and his approach to social order was that he talked about Sharia and Shura, that whatever the administrative political issues, that we must use the Sharia and Shura there, and then we can reform our society based on Islamic ethics, Islamic knowledge. Okay, so that's all from my side. I hope I am on time. So thank you everyone. If you have any question, I do not know I have time to take any question or not. Sister, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much, Doctor. Yes, you have you have time to answer the question, inshallah. So from here, I think there is many participants want to have a question. Let me check a look to the chat box.
Okay. From where? Or
also can participant to raise up your hand and asking directly to Dr.
Where is Islamic sociology? Yes, I must answer this question if I'm not mistaken. This is sorry. So this question came from Olubunmi Kazim. Okay, so he said that what efforts are we making to popularize these Islamic sociological thoughts, even Muslim societies and institutions? Yes, I must say that this is very much unfortunate for us. Okay, this is very much unfortunate that the Western sociologists, they are not considering, they are not teaching this. This is a perspective, right? This is a different perspective, but they should include this in their academia. But they are not doing that one, and unfortunately, we are not doing too. Okay, in many Muslim countries, we have many universities where sociology is taught, but unfortunately, we are learning the Western perspective only. We are learning the Max Kalmar's. You can ask any discipline, any people who have heard Kalmar's name or not. If they don't have the complete knowledge, at least they have few understanding about Karl Marx. They will say something about socialism, communism, all these things. But how many Muslim students are aware about Sayyid Naqib al-Atta's theory? Okay, even Sayyid Hussein al-Atta's theory is also one prominent writer in sociology from the Muslim scholars' perspective. We teach our students here in Malaysia, in IIM. But what about the other Muslim universities? They don't care about all this. Okay, so if you support it or not, that is, you have the in all theoretical perspective, you have the space for criticism. You can do the criticism if they have any lackings, but you should share it with the students. They should know it, and then we can say that this part is good, this part is bad, or whatever. But it is not. This is very much unfortunate. Okay, so I think I gave you the answer. Then what? Okay, some of the students are their timing is really Fajr prayer time. I'm sorry, brother. So Muslim societies, okay. She thought provoking. Yeah, it is. That educational eats very well. Okay, admire presenters. Thank you so much. Then this is this is a quite big statement. If I wish I can, sister, give me 1 minute. That very clearly, okay, Muslims are in a very bad situation, and we have become too weak, and it seems to be impossible to make it turn around. I think it is fault of every one of us. Yes, of course, all of us. Those who do not play the role of Khalifa, exactly. If every Muslim is a Khalifa on his own accord, of course we are, then the Muslim society is established. Yeah, Islamic knowledge and understanding is most lacking in individual Muslim. Yes, true. We are confused. We said in my lecture, I said, brother, that we are actually producing confused generation. They do not know. They are seeing their parents to pray, and in the other word, they are in other part of the society, they are seeing something else. When they are opening the YouTube, they are opening the social media, they are getting another thing. So this 5-6 years old kid, they are actually confused that who am I? Okay, so this is actually where we maybe we are also confused as a Muslim. We do not know that what is our role, what should we do, what we practice, what should we practice in our society. We do not know. So these are the issues. Yes, you are absolutely correct. That's the complex ones are to no use for most of the Muslims, but those who are trying to improve, yes, of course, yes, of course, yes, it is true that we are not doing our job properly, but within this confusion, within this critical time, I will say that many Muslims, even some non-Muslim, they are trying to give focus on the thoughts of the Muslim people, to know that what they are thinking. So yes, some of them are trying their best. So hopefully, inshallah, in future we will get some good position of the. We will get back. We will not say that that is we will establish one good scholarship in Muslim world. No, we will get back. Okay, so once we had in every discipline, you will name some of the Muslim scholar. Okay, in previous time, Ibn Battuta, Ibn Sina, Ibn Khaldun. Okay, so many we had, but now maybe, but we do not have, but we will get back the prosperity in future, inshallah. Okay, so thank you. some books of Al-Atas. Yes, Al-Atas book you will get. Okay, so how to get this? Okay, I'm giving this through checking, and if possible, I will give it to sister as well. So maybe in next class, or she can share it if possible. Then thank you for your interest, Brother Bilal Ahmad. Then thank you get slide today from you people. Okay, so I share my one with the sister, so she will share with you all. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. So I think that sister, I have touched almost everyone's point. So may Allah bless all of you, mashallah. Sister.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation today. Inshallah, may Allah bless you, and inshallah, hopefully we can see you again in the next session. Inshallah.
Okay. Assalamualaikum, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.